Alright, in theory, we should be live. Let me check my information, make sure I get the YouTube chat up. There we go. Alright, so hopefully, and I won't know for a little bit, hopefully we should be on all of the new system, so we should be seeing 1080p. We should also be having some different audio, not entirely for good reasons. One of the big problematic reasons is going to be that, if you remember last time I had audio issues, I had actually damaged my XLR cable to my microphone, and unfortunately I had exactly that issue happen again. So that's the first thing I got going on that's a bit problematic, but I had put it out there, I'm coming live right now, and I didn't realize that that was an issue until, God, about an hour and a half ago, and I spent way too long trying to figure out why that was what it was. So anyways, I have been in between the last video that I did, the last live stream, and this live stream. Some things have been happening. I in no way intended to be gone this long, and for me to try and explain what the issue was. Hey Richard, welcome to the stream. Was about to eat dinner, so I will likely be inactive in the chat for a bit. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much, Richard. Hopefully you guys are doing, hopefully you're doing well as well. Anyways, I was just getting into the explanation as to where I've been. If I recall correctly, my last stream ended just before New Year's, and we came into the new year, and my grandmother had an incident. God, I think this was the 2nd. So 2 days into the new year, I'm gonna do some running around, grab some of this. I'm not gonna do any of the fights, unless I like what I see over this way. Anyways, my grandmother had an incident, I think the 2nd. She unfortunately had a bit of a fall, and there was a whole worry about what the fall was. Obviously, my family takes things pretty seriously with the elders in our family, and at pushing darn near 90 years old, she's very fragile. So she took her fall, and family said, no, we're not playing games with this. I know you say you're fine, but we're not gonna take your word at, you know, Grandma, we love you, but we're not gonna take your word as law. And so they actually got her to the hospital. They ran a bunch of tests. They turned around and said everything looks to be fine. And as it comes to find out, in the days following, things were not fine. The injury she sustained was deep in her brain, and it was so minor at first that they didn't even notice it when they ran the tests. As wild as it might sound, we got our grandmother to the hospital to get checked out too fast to figure out what the issue was. And I'll be honest, I don't even know if they caught it, if they would have been able to do anything about it. She had a brain bleed, and I think it was the night of the 3rd, things were looking pretty bad for her. Obviously, people had way too many questions about what was going on, and we just said, no, we're going back to the hospital. Something's not right. And almost immediately after that decision, she declined rapidly, and I mean in a wild speed. And I do see that Dem popped in. Welcome to the stream, Dem. I'm just giving updates on where I've been. It's in the list of things I want to get done before we get to the giving away of the shiny Pokemon. So if you guys haven't, get your system ready. I've got 3 to give away, and I have been hunting for more, and I haven't been able to find any. Anyways, as I was saying with the event as to where I've been, my grandmother, to speed forward through the events, she passed away on the 4th. So there was a whole lot to deal with that, and there was a lot to deal with family. Ooh, ditto. Would be a fun one to get. So that was a whole ordeal, and I had to work through that with family, with everything going on there, and we had to... I'm trying to think how to word this without getting too personal and giving too much information, but there were some inner family issues that came up that also had to be worked through. So it wasn't just, hey, we need to deal with the passing of our grandmother. There was more going on. And so there was a lot of family stuff that, again, I don't want to get into the details, but understand that that is where I have been and why it had taken me so long to come back after the last stream. And it seems so wild, you know, the last stream ended on such a good note. I felt great about it, and I was getting hyped and ready to come back almost immediately. And then all this happened, and look, I've said it before, when life comes at you hard and fast, you do what you have to do, and it's not necessarily going to be what you want to do. And you get your stuff straight. You cross your T's, you dot your I's, and you come back when you're ready. And that's what I had to do. So thank you very much, Dem and Richard. Again, I'm much like when we had a loss within our small community before. I did what we did. I tried my best to pay respects, and I didn't ride on the sad too long. That's not what we're here for. That's not what we're here to do. But I wanted to put that information out. Now, moving on to good news, or what I hope will be good news. As I said earlier on, I don't know if anybody was in yet. Hopefully, we are officially on some of the new settings and the new hardware. So we should now be able to stream as 1080p with an option. Let me check that. Now that we're actually started, I want to check to verify. Yes, 1080p at 60 frames should be an option. I don't know how well it will work. There's a lot of fine-tuning and tweaking that can be done within that. And the audio, although... Ooh, hey, hold on. And the audio, although was at one point good to go, I had damaged my XLR cable, so I have already ordered a replacement. It should be here Monday. I could have gotten it here tomorrow, but what good is that gonna do? So I've already ordered that, so the audio should be back to a better quality next time. Although I'm not sure, you know, to what better quality means, because I'm not an audiophile. I don't know what I'm doing with any of that. Luke the Cool Guy, welcome to the stream, Luke. You actually made it just in time for something we got going on. Now, I know for a fact I have two that were promised to Dem and Richard, and they are going to get their picks, of which I will be hitting them up on Twitter for doing the exchange. So, Dem, Richard, David Sneeden, welcome to the stream. So what I've got going on is, at the end of my last stream, which was an entire run through for me just casually playing Scarlet, I came across 3 shiny Pokemon, and I said that I would be giving them away when I start my Nuzlocke, which is going to be starting fairly soon. We're still on Scarlet because I've got these to give away. Dem and Richard, you guys actually have first pick on which of the 3 you want. We have a Spidops, we have a Skidoo, and we have a Low-Kicks that are all shiny. However, whichever one they do not request, I will be just sending out in a trade for a first come, first serve. So if you guys want to get your Switches ready to nab one of these, go for it. Yeah, Richard's grabbing a Switch. Richard, for you and Dem, like I said, all I need to know is which one you want, and I will be hitting you guys up on Twitter off screen. Don't have Nintendo Online. I am sorry to hear that, Luke. Richard, did you ever redeem that code I sent you? Luke, let me know. Are you by chance on Nintendo Switch in America? I need to check with Richard on something, and hopefully he can confirm for me, because this might be something pretty interesting. No, you are not in America. Oh, that's dang. Yeah, so Australia. Well, first of all, welcome from Australia. All right, Jack has told me which one he wants, and Richard, let me know which one you want. Unfortunately, yeah, I had sent Richard a while back a Switch Online code, but to my knowledge, the codes are region locked, so I was gonna send it to you, but unfortunately the one I sent him was for a North American console. If you want to try it, I can still send that code to you. Alright, and Richard has claimed the Skidoo. So, Kamen Rider, the low kicks, is the one that's going to be going out. I don't know if David, who stopped in earlier, is still in chat, but I will be figuring out how I can make this trade happen. I have not done anything online with this game yet, so forgive me while I figure this out. Alright, there we are, connecting, now on the internet. So, of the two that we have that are already claimed, I believe I link trade, and I can set a link code. So the way this is working, guys, is this is going to be first come, first serve. If you have your Switch, you can enter in whatever you want. I am going to go with, let's go with 8510. Can I set it that short? No, they have 8. I should put all 8 in. So 85102724. Sure. So that's the code. Get it in now. And let's begin the search. So we have one going out to a random person, whoever is in chat with a... by the way, I will be doing the same thing. Alright, so we have... these two have been claimed, so... let's send Kamen Rider out. Also, my Switch is at Nintendo because it's getting... oh! Luke, I'm gonna mention this. I have had to do that with many things around the Switch era. Yep, send that trade out. I certainly hope nothing happens. Yeah, I have had a lot of issues with the Switch that I have had to go through and deal with on that end. Going all the way back to, I think it was the Pokemon Let's Go or whatever. I had the Pokeball controller, which, by the way, I really like. I think it's a really cool idea that they did it for that game, as simple as it was. Oh, alright, so Richie managed to get that one as well. Got the Kamen Rider. Alright, and so we have the other two pretty well claimed. So anyways, like I said, I'm going to be doing this exact same thing for the Nuzlocke run. If I come across any shiny Pokemon during the Nuzlocke, I will be trying to catch it. If I do catch it, I will be giving it away at the end of the Nuzlocke run, whether I succeed or fail. If I fail, I will be trying again, and we'll run through that. Anyways, traded all my Pokemon from Sword and Shield and Scarlet to my sister's Switch, including all my shinies. I have a couple from Sword and Shield, and the only reason I'm not sure if I'm going to be bringing them over is I'm not a fan of the Pokemon Bank system that they're using right now. Personally, I view it as kind of a Pokemon hostage situation, and I'm not the biggest fan of that. However, if I sign up in a short-term system, I might be able to justify making it work. Just to transfer over exactly what I want. Anyways, now that we got that out of the way, I do have to get up and go swap my games over because I don't do digital, I do physical. I am an old man, so excuse me while I swap my games over. You guys can stare at the last couple of games I've been playing and you can realize that I am just as much a weeb as anybody else on the internet these days. Sorry if you guys hear this for a second. Again, sorry that you're hearing the squeakiness of all of that. Alright, there we go. Everything should be set up now. Everything should be good to go. I'm an old man. Okay, Grandpa. Thank you, Richard. Very much appreciate. So I have not set this up, but I did do the update already. Let's see. What am I feeling like this time? Obviously going to stick with Ian as the name, because it's what we do around here. I'm not going to name myself something like Smooth Butts. Although that is absolutely something my brother would do. Let's pop on something kind of reasonable, but interesting. I don't necessarily hate the short bob. Yeah, we're not doing long. I think that's what I went with before. Let's do the short bob. Kind of nerdy. I'll take it. And what can I do with the look? I don't remember. Ah, okay, yeah. We're gonna leave that as it is. I don't want to fiddle with any of that. Olds. Alright. Now, another thing I do around here is I do try to read all of the chat, so if I fall behind, I will be running back to this. Fun fact, I like to leave... I like to leave messed up comments on image flips. Someone shared one of those to our cursed comments, and my favorite Reddit on YouTube featured that one. Oh, that's kind of cool. In Scarlet, I got a shiny Dondozo. Got a shiny Orthworm, which is a nice blue. The Suez Canal, that's a good name. A shiny Stunky. Okay, let me just get into something on the shiny Stunky here. For whatever reason, so a while back I did my first Nuzlocke for, I think it was the Diamond and Pearl remake. We're not going to worry about dialogue here. We did all of that in the last run through of Scarlet. Anyways. And also, I have some ADHD real bad, so I'm sorry if I get super distracted as we go through and I deviate on different stories. Anyways, I lost to a Stunky. Now, or no, it wasn't a Stunky, it was the evolved form. I can't place it off the top of my head. Anyways, point is, I went through and I had a technical team wipe. However, I didn't want it to end there, and so I kind of did a little narrative play and ran through, and I know when you do a Nuzlocke, technically, if the full party goes down, it doesn't matter if you have more in the box, you lose. That's the way it works, that's the way it's officially done. But it was so early in the run, and it felt so anticlimactic, so I kind of played with a narrative pull, and I went through with something that I thought was fairly interesting. And first of all, this was kind of funny. It gave me a whole new appreciation for Bidoof. Because that was my technical, like, continue going Pokemon. Explosion. Explosion in a Nuzlocke is a great idea and a terrible idea. Anyways, so we had a, yeah, it I fell for a setup because I didn't pay attention, and I swapped into something that I shouldn't have, and I ate one terrible call after another that left me just getting absolutely team wiped. Anyways, the entire purpose of this story is that I have a new love for Bidoof and a new distaste for the Stunky line. Now, as I say that, I have gotten, I think, several shiny Stunkies over the course of since that moment happened and now. And I almost feel like this is Game Freak punishing me for pushing on a bad experience onto a singular Pokemon. And they're just constantly like, no, learn to love this Pokemon. So, and honestly, what's kind of funny is Stunky, the entire lineup, is one of my brother's favorites. He loves a lot of the oddball Pokemon. You have a skunk Pokemon, he loves it. Klefki. I think Klefki is arguably his all-time favorite. Alright, there we go. You know, I didn't consider, because the body of the character is fairly ambiguous on gender, I didn't consider that the hair would make me look a little extra feminine. But look, I chose what I chose, and it is what it is. We're in this now. You know, I'm also realizing I never once came back home in Scarlet. I think when I load that up later personally, I'm going to go back through and see what your mother has to say after you become the champion, because I feel like that's the kind of thing that she needs to acknowledge, but I never bothered to check. Alright, so I do want to say, despite all of the issues that came between last stream and me starting this one for the Nuzlocke, I did do a little bit of homework as for what would be the best way to kind of set up and run with the rules for a Nuzlocke. And one big thing I want to say that... Okay, one big thing to say to lay it out there is the game has a really long intro, and I don't know what a lot of people feel about where the decent spot to officially start the Nuzlocke is. Some people say as soon as you get your Pokemon. Some say as soon as you get your Pokeball. I have this feeling that a Nuzlocke should start when you, the player, are given proper full control. So I think for what we're going to do on a Nuzlocke, the Nuzlocke officially starts once we leave the school. Once we're post the whole school scenario, anything that happens between now and that is not Nuzlocke certified, but post that moment, the Nuzlocke officially starts and everything goes all in. And there are some minor changes to some things that I'll have to figure out, because I don't want to say unfortunately, because the changes are pretty good. A lot of people seem to... Alright, yeah, that's right, I gotta go get my bag. A lot of people like the changes to the gameplay, but the changes make following strict Nuzlocke rules a little fluid and weird. And I haven't seen many people do hardcore, full-on, the rules of the rules Nuzlockes for this game. Dragapult is your favorite... Yo, I love Dragapult. I'm not sure if you saw them, but the recent trading card packs that have gone out, there is a Dragapult kind of box set you can get. I jumped on that the second I saw that at my local GameStop. Legitimately, I'm not I don't buy a lot of Pokemon cards anymore. I more specifically buy cards of exactly the Pokemon I like. And when I saw that Dragapult got its own box, I was like, nope, need that, need to put that, need to have a Dragapult in my binder. So I absolutely understand that. I don't know the official rankings for what is a pseudo-legendary and what isn't. So as far as what I think might qualify, I know in the Pokemon lore based on the anime, Arcanine would qualify. Arcanine is my all-time favorite Pokemon, but I do have a certain love for a couple other ones as we go down the line. And some of them are oddballs. I'm one of the few guys that actually absolutely love Magikarp. Obviously, Magikarp is terrible for a Nuzlocke, but Gyarados is a solid run. You would guess Arcanine. Look, what can I say? I'm a fan of the doggos. Garchomp for pseudo. Garchomp's a good one too. I gotta say, the only problem I have with Garchomp is, unfortunately, its shiny is pretty similar to the original. And it's not to say it's a bad thing, because if color scheme is the reason someone's going to get their pants in a twist, it's kind of a shallow thing to be upset about. It's just, out of the entirety of how awesome Garchomp is, I really wish that they maybe even inverted his colors, made the yellows blue and the blues yellow or something. Something to give him some real spice and flair in his shiny alternative. Garchomp's on your team? Again, like I said, Garchomp is absolutely a solid choice of just Pokemon across the board. Alright, so I said in the last one that my starter for this was already determined. Alright. I gotta say, looking at the final forms, when I went through this the first time, I was as blind could be. I even saw as little leaked images, as little information going forward. I was about as blind as you could be going into the original Red and Blue back in the day. I don't think we have had as strong a starter lineup as these three in a while. We have had plenty where you have two really good ones and one third that's kind of meh. We've had a lot where you have one clear advantage and the other two are kind of, they fall behind, but maybe they get better as they evolve. I have literally no complaints about all three of these. They are all super adorable. We went with Sprigatito last time, and this time... no, come back here. We're going to be going with our little chompy boy. Alright. Can I not run yet? Yeah, I guess I can't run yet. How old are you? Okay, let me put this out there. I hide nothing. If you want to make this an Ask Me Anything, we can all day long. I have told some very embarrassing stories because I don't believe in hiding behind anything. So, I am presently 32. And as far as I'm concerned, that makes me ancient. On the internet, I am old man confirmed. What's your address? Okay, I'm not gonna tell you exactly where I live. However, I have made it very clear I am in mid-Michigan, and although it's not gonna tell you where I live now, I spent a lot of time growing up in Detroit and Flint. So, I have a lot of... If you know anything about those two areas in the state of Michigan, you know that means I have spent a lot of my time growing up either getting my ass kicked or kicking ass. And the fact that I made it to 32 means I at least lived. I won't say which end of that spectrum I was on more often than not. You said I put anything... Okay, I see where... Excellent. With a fire type, you can cook plenty of food. Yes, that, officer. Look, Richard, I've said it before. There are great ways that you can hide a body, and feeding them to other things is one very viable option. There's a very famous story of someone who ground up their victims and fed them to pigs and got away for a very long time based on that. What's your Alright, Dem, hold up. Alright, my social security number. Alright, I totally said it out loud, but I muted my microphone because... look, man. I'll tell you a lot, but I can't let you steal my identity, man. You said put any... Dem, you're gonna... You know what? Just gonna keep going. Post your exact location and latitude and longitude? I'd have to look that up. I have no idea what it is. I wanted to be Ian. Well, Dem, you would be the first person. I joke, but frankly, you know, all things considered, I'm doing fairly well. Want to be friends? Absolutely, Nimona. I know where this is going, and it is strange and confusing places that I'm more okay with than I should be. The absolute battle hunger is hilarious to me. Have you decided on which one of these you want? Absolutely. Give me my little volcano. Oh, whoa, hold up. Give me my volcano bitey boy. Watch me find out that this one's actually going to be a female. I've been calling it a bitey boy this whole time. Alright, we got to give it a nickname. Nuzlocke rules apply. Okay, it is male. Alright, come on. Gotta go with Nibbler. There we go. Guess how old I am. My name is Luke, if you couldn't tell. Guess how old I am? We have very little information to go off of. But if you're gonna go with referencing that Jackerton is 26 and a certified boomer, I'm gonna throw a low ball guess out there, and I'm gonna say 14 to 17. Richard, I'm well aware that you're 69. I have seen your content. I have seen your face. I believe. I don't know why you didn't think I'd go for that. 14 to 17. Nope. Well, then, I will consider going lower. Am I going in the right direction? Oof. Okay, hold up, Dem. I broke up with my ex yesterday and feel I did poorly in my exam, so if anyone wants to beat me, hit me up. Dem? I don't know, man. You still down for that social security number swap? Nah, but seriously, I'm saddened to hear that, but I also gotta say I've been down the avenue plenty of times myself, and if it's not something that was gonna work out, as much as it absolutely sucks, and man, I have been through some breakups that feel like getting kicked in the balls. As much as it absolutely sucks, it's better to get out while you're in a safe spot to get out. So all I can say is I hope, as much as it's gonna suck for you right now, you bounce back, you have a good recovery, and you are able to get yourself back out on the market quickly and cycle into a better option very quickly. Yes, sir. I'm assuming that's a yes, sir, that I'm going in the right direction, having a younger range. Alright, so we have our first battle coming in. Obviously, I'm not going to shy away from it. I think I shied away from one battle in the entirety of my last run, and it's only because I misinterpreted what the question was asking me. "12 in May." Well, I was gonna say that that's gonna line up with one of my best friends, but I am an idiot and I was getting my M months confused. So I will just swallow that L and point is I'm an idiot. That's the point. I'm an old man with old man brain. Math is hard and reality is confusing and scary. Welcome to being old. Everything is terrifying and you have to solve your problems with money. Always. Speaking of solving problems with money, I didn't want to say anything initially because I'm so early in the process, but I've mentioned before that before the entire COVID pandemic thing happened, I was finding myself in a position to possibly be looking at buying a house. And then the whole COVID thing happened, prices skyrocketed, the value of my dollar plummeted, my savings got eradicated, but, as I said to Dem, the number one thing you have to do when all of this happens is understand that when you crash into the floor, you need to be like rubber. You need to bounce back, you need to get yourself back in the game, put your nose to the grindstone, and figure things out. I have done that, and I am finally able to say I am back in the position to look at making that an avenue again, and I currently have my eye on a possible option. I've gotten used to older things since my sister is 20 and my mom is my mom. That's, my brother hates on me so much because there is an entire generation gap between him and I. It sounds like it's very similar between you and your sister. Nimona. I love that Nimona's just like, hey, that one was awesome. Let's go for round 2 immediately. Anyways, as I was branching off down there, my brother is so mad at me because he is the only person in his friend group where that is so clearly, distinctly applied. Let's battle again soon. Anyways, so I am absolutely a 90s baby with all of the 90s baby isms, and my brother finds it hilarious that we grew up without a lot of money, so a lot of we experienced a lot of the poor end, but to also point out, our father was very much of the hustle mentality, and he helped our family crawl and claw and fight tooth and nail to get ourselves above the threshold to enter into a I'd say lower middle class lifestyle, which when you consider coming from very, very poor, I've mentioned it before, the ups and downs in the lifestyle that I've had to go through is pretty wild. I've been hungry and homeless. I've been very well off. I've been so broke I had to sell most of what I owned at the time. And it's a battle to claw your way into a new position, and I have a lot of a lot of respect for my father for instilling the mentality and approach to life in that way. And it's helped me in a lot of ways. It's helped me deal with his passing. Again, that mentality of life is going to drag you into the gutter every chance it gets. It is going to slam you into the ground. It is going to beat the absolute joy of life out of you as many times as it can and as many times as you will let it. And the number one thing that you can do in those moments to bounce back is to take those absolute lows and make yourself like rubber. When you hit that low, it is your time to consolidate everything, to reevaluate, to make changes, and to climb out bigger and better than you were when you hit the ground. And it is not a mentality that is easy to do. It is not something that anybody ever wants to do. I couldn't say my dad was like that. Luke, I've talked about it a lot with my father in some past events, but my father and I, we butted heads so hard. We fought like animals sometimes at each other. There are stories of my father wanting me to put him in the hospital for differences of opinions, but oddly enough, it's the kind of thing that growing up, I would have told you my father hated me. But when I became an adult, when you see what life throws at you, and you see the results of some of the lessons they might try to teach you, and it's not that that's the case with everyone's parents. I know some people who are absolutely in very different circumstances. But becoming an adult and seeing all of your memories through a different lens, it made me realize that from my stance, from my life growing up, I slighted my father in a lot of ways, and I think it is a testament to how absolutely much the man struggled to do well for me. I'm kind of choking up a little bit right now. Jeez. Luke comes in for one stream and I'm about ready to cry. Anyways, there's a lot that will open your eyes as you age, that will change your views on the way certain things happened. Obviously, there are massive exceptions. Deadbeat dads are a thing. Dads that are around that are abusive are a thing. That is not what I'm referencing. If you are experiencing any of those issues, I totally understand the differences. Jeez, sorry. Luke, I don't want to make it sound like it's a bad thing. I appreciate these memories, and God, this is gonna make me sound absolutely like childish, but there is something about reliving positive memories or thinking back on things in a different way. Interlooking the understanding of the value of being able to look back on something and consider it in a new light, the retrospective approach to things, is something that you learn to really appreciate. Again, I have already said it. I've already thrown myself under the bus. I have already dug my grave and thrown myself in it. I am an old man, and I have old man things to say. Again, the internet is not kind to people that are over 25. And I am over 30. You can imagine what the internet does to... Oh. Anyways, yeah, I can't say my dad was the best when I was 12. I'm 20 now, and nobody's even close to how much I love him. It's absolutely wild the way life does that to you. Again, even when I was 20, I remember a fight my father and I had. And it got so bad. Him and I were out on the front porch, and let me tell you, I still am a very overweight individual, but there was a time that I was absolutely morbidly obese. I've talked about this before. And when I was 20, I was just out of high school, And in high school, I was doing like heavy, crazy weightlifting. I was very overweight and very, very fat, but I was a very strong guy. There was a point in time that I can't remember if it was 350 or 400, but I was benching like just as standard workout routines. My starting position was over 300 pounds. Like my warm up was a 300-pound bench press. I was a jacked guy right out of high school. That quickly fell off, but that was one of the ways that I helped with myself to focus and deal with some of the problems I was dealing with, was getting it out weightlifting. So imagine my father was like a 5'5", 110-pound guy, but he was passionate and he believed in what he believed. Imagine him and this, you know, at the time just under 6 foot. Hit him with an ember. Just under 6 foot guy who was benching 300 pounds as a warm up. Sitting out on a front lawn, screaming at each other, and this 5'5", 110-pound guy just begging for the other guy to take the first swing. It's absolutely hilarious thinking back on it. Literally, I would have broken the man in half if I hit him in the gut. Like, there is a chance I would have broken the man's spine. Alright, the name here is obvious. We'll get into some fun ones in a bit. But this is the tutorial catch. So we're going to go with the obvious name. Again, the need to catch based on Nuzlocke rules, the need to follow all of the Nuzlocke storyline stuff doesn't really hit until we make it to the school. Do you have any kids? I know it's a bit of a stretch. I am very much interested in having kids. I do not have kids. I have been with many women who have had kids when I got with them. I say many, but at least 3. And was at least with the last one, because that one lasted a while. I was very involved. I was ready to just be like, look, I don't have to have my own child to raise a child. I was ready to be in that position. It is my end goal. It is my goal above all else in my life. I have an understanding of what the American dream is, and my understanding of that is the classic own a piece of land, have a child, and God willing, die in a rocking chair one Sunday afternoon, looking out and just saying, things turned out pretty well. It might sound really boring, but when you understand that the world right now is not a world that plays kind to wanting that as your outcome, it's I think it's a reputable goal to end on. Lechonk is a good nickname for Lechonk. Dem, you're not wrong. Also, it's a very good troll nickname because I think when you trade Pokemon, you can't rename them. So if you trade a Lechonk called that, even when it evolves, it will remain as Lechonk. Which, frankly, I think is the better outcome. If you can have a Lechonk that just remains Lechonk but gets stronger, I'd do it all day long. Evolution is unnecessary for a near-perfect design. Richard Crap, I'm 27. What is that about? Like, why are you feeling bad about being 27? Just because the internet's gonna be mean to you? I don't know if you realize this, Richard, but newsflash. Hold on, I'm gonna adjust my audio here. You might hear something change here. There we go. Yeah, the headphones were just starting to bug me. Newsflash about the internet, Richard. you don't have to be over 25 for it to beat you into the ground. All you have to do is exist on the internet, and you will regret your choice for existing on the internet. Shame you can't name your Pokemon adult words anymore. Well, I think that entirely changed with the whole going online thing. And I agree, it's a shame you can't, but also it's absolutely understood why they'd be like, probably not. I remember one of my favorite things that my friend would do growing up. I've mentioned this before. My friend Jeremy. Back in the was it the Diamond and Pearl era when Chatot was one of the newer Pokemon? They had a gimmick where you could get Chatot to say anything you want when it comes out, and the thing that he would do is he would have his Chatot curse when it would come out. Or no, was it when it came out, or when it was it when it used one of its moves? I can't remember offhand, but he would do that and just trade it openly with anybody that wanted one. Richard, now we're getting into underage jokes, and as funny as those are, YouTube gets very mad, so I'm not going to read that one out loud. However, I will say you do have the best name to bypass that, which is why I love naming Pokemon after you, because, you know, the dick jokes write themselves, Richard. What can I say? As you have so kindly pointed out on many an occasion. Alright, so now we've got to go help the mysterious Pokemon. Now, I don't know if they're going to make Miraidon as absolutely enjoyable as Koraidon from Scarlet. I think I've got those correct. I don't think I'm being an idiot, but I very well might be. Point is, the absolute giant lizard puppy dog energy I got from Koraidon was easily, and I gushed every opportunity I got. It is one of my favorite things they did in the entire game. Is he has such good, like, doggo energy. And I really hope we get that with Miraidon. As I said before, I love the good boy Pokemon. Jesus Christ, that looked like we actually hit the ground. Like, I understand what they wanted to have happen, but it almost looked like our feet touched the ground. That impact would have broken our legs. Alright, come on. Obviously, we gotta go with the sandwich run. We gotta feed our boy, but I've gotta see him. What does happy energy Miraidon look like? I'm excited. It was when it was sent out and when it used chatter. Okay, thank you for that, Richard. I knew it was something he did all the time, and it was hilarious. He had an entire team of them that he would fight me with just for it to curse at me all the time. I like that it doesn't use its wheels. I legitimately loved Koraidon. I understand why they didn't make it use its wheels either, because for it, they weren't wheels. They had purpose. When you talk about the tail and you look at, like, animals in nature, the tail exists for a bunch of different purposes. For animals that run in a similar manner to Koraidon, they use their tail for a sense of balance. And it kind of seemed like that's kind of what Koraidon did as well. He curled it up as sort of a counterweight you could justify. It's not exactly the same way animals use it in the world, but you could justify that it was done that way as a counterweight for as it ran. Meanwhile, the neck flap is a thing that lizards do out in the wild. They kind of flare up and they show that off. I thought it was a really cool touch, and I love the big puppy energy. when you ride him, look top down. Dem, I have said this when the game was coming out. Before the game even came out, Miraidon is 100% just a rocket-powered dildo. When they designed it, they absolutely just said, "Yo, let's make a." They looked at this guy and said, "Yo, we need a rocket-powered penis." I don't know who the hell said that. I don't know why the hell they said that. But I'm not even mad that they said that. It's funny, and I'm glad they run with some good jokes. But I am going to say, I've mentioned it before. I'll mention it again. As much as anyone wants to argue that the Arceus name is actually Arceus, I have gone through the avenue. I have demonstrated why that's not the case. I have even shown that there are much bigger YouTubers that make very compelling arguments as to why it should be, and I have laid down my understanding for why Pokemon get certain names. Look, it's just a big penis! Anyways, and I have emphasized why there was a thought name change. Again, Nintendo verified in some of their promotion content, in some of their actual games that were made, that it's pronounced Arceus. I stand by this, but, and I think Dem can stand behind me on this. Overseas, arse just means ass. It's just a thing. It's a way they speak. And Nintendo was like, "Yo, but we're still trying to do the family-friendly thing. We can't let that be a thing. You know what? We're still early enough in all of this. Let's change its official name before the movie comes out, and then we'll have everyone stand behind that's the reason." Just embrace your butt joke and give us giant rocket-powered dick Pokemon. Nintendo, it's okay to have a funny bone. Ian, how do you stream off of your Switch? So I use an Elgato game capture device. I actually just upgraded to one that will, with my system, let me do the 60 frames, 1080p, yada yada yada. So this is the first time I'm actually running off of all of that equipment under those settings. But if you look up the Elgato capture cards, you can, off of the Switch, very easily run a 720p stream. I think I still did 60 frames. I might be wrong on that. But, and I was using an Elgato Capture S Plus. But yeah, they have a price tier system. And I think the cheaper end is just sub $200, which is very pricey. And you have to run it off of a decently powerful computer. But it is the best way to run the Switch and capture lag-free and still use all original hardware. And if you're willing to invest in certain additional options, you can even run older consoles and capture with an Elgato. Anything that's HDMI is already guaranteed to be capturable. Some things you might have to play with. The PS3 has a lot of problems for capturing that way, but there are ways around it, and I have invested in some of those options. So, if I ever decide to do older games, and I have some really funny older games that I've thought about streaming before, but yeah, it's a very good piece of equipment, and I think it's not the cheapest option. There are other cheaper options, but for the price to quality, it is the only thing I would recommend while still being somewhat price friendly. Arceus. Arceus, the Japanese pronunciation. I stand behind my statement, Richard. It's Nintendo had one option and they backed down because people were having a goof, a gaff, and a good fun time about the name. And they do so much better when they just embrace that things happen. Sometimes you make decisions, they come back to bite you in the rear end. Look at my entire existence. And the better option is to just say, hey, this happened. Let's roll with it. Let's see just how many houses we can burn down off of this fun. Look, that sounds problematic, but just don't think about it too much and you'll be good. I pronounce it Arceus. I assume that's arc as in, like, arcing electricity. That's the way they want it pronounced. Yeah, A-R-K. Arceus. That's the way they kind of want it pronounced. That's the way they promote it now. But when it was originally released, there was a whole question from a lot of people. How do you pronounce this? Is it Arceus like it looks like? Or is it Arceus like certain name origin meanings? The arc has a lot of possible biblical meaning. I think for a lot of people, the obvious one is the archangels. The fact that it's supposed to be sort of a deity god. So there's a lot of justified reasons to go with Arceus. However, back in the day, again, Diamond and Pearl was the time that this showed up. And this is an era in gaming in which a lot of video games didn't have voice acting yet. We take it for granted now, and I say that playing a Pokemon game with no voice acting, which is in modern days kind of not very good, but it is what it is. So there was a lot of people saying, how do you pronounce certain things? And it was always, for the longest time, considered that unless there comes out with a definitive answer, yeah, we're gonna have some problems here. Unless the company comes out with a definitive answer, like a movie or promotional information or anything like that, you can pronounce it more or less however you want, but as soon as something comes out and makes it official, you run with that official name. And one of the first voiced stances for how to pronounce Arceus came from, I think, Pokemon Battle Revolution, in which the announcer, when you send Arceus out, announces it by that name. Now, this is a game that was made, I believe, still was fully verified by Nintendo and Game Freak. So, in this moment, they had a pronunciation. This was at an era where, although it was rare, it was not impossible for games to have updates. And this was a game that was entirely reliant on the internet connection. If they really wanted to change it, they could have put out an update and said, hey, our announcer is pronouncing this wrong. We're changing it to our official pronunciation. But during that entire game's lifespan, they never did that. They said, nope, Arceus is exactly how we're going to have it pronounced. We aren't going to change that. And then people overseas started saying, oh, Arce, this is the butt god, booty god. And frankly, I find that hilarious because if God is going to be perfect in all things, you know that man has a killer booty. Anyways. Welcome to the kind of jokes we make here. Anyways, so yeah. I find it funny. I find it something that's worth living on in. And I stand behind my statement that they said that was the name, and they only changed it because some people were making big booty jokes, and I don't so much care that people are making big booty jokes. Whoops, I should have held off on that. I'm just gonna say it. It's the most mid-legendary, which is only made popular because it's meant to be the god of Pokemon. Oh man, Dem, I agree and disagree. What it has become, you're absolutely correct. I cannot say that you're wrong on where things are now. When it came out, it had a real gimmick that played a huge role that is still, it's still the gimmick that it rides on, but it's just become so less meaningful and impactful. And it was the plate system. You would put the plate on Arceus, and it would become that typing. And when it became that typing, the move Judgment became that typing. The idea that you had such a powerful move, getting stab bonus, it was a whole deal. And when it came out, it was wild. I know this again makes me sound really old, but the premise of that gimmick, its place within the lore, its place within game mechanics, it just doesn't have any flair anymore. And like it doesn't even do anything when you do it. You know, right now, it doesn't even have an item effect. It just comes out and it looks a little different. You know, what is it? If it's psychic, it comes out with like a purpley pink halo around its body or whatever. That was really cool back in the day, but now that's just like, and so I completely agree that it's the flair and the fun is not there anymore, and it's entirely just about its place in the lore. You so firmly believe that it is pronounced like that, but did you know that in I go on probably a 5-minute rant about my justification to my pronunciation of Arceus. Again, mind you, I have had much longer rants about this exact same topic. And still, Richard is just like, yo, but Vaporeon memes, though. I got a joke. The gimmick that Koraidon and Miraidon rides on is pretty cool. Am I reading that wrong? Am I trying to read too far into the comment? I'm trying to see... Oh, because you... Oh. Okay. Luke? You're right. I almost think it's made funnier because I was reading too far into it. I get it. You're not wrong. Me ride on, K ride on. Okay. The joke isn't bad. I'm just an idiot. I remember first running into this guy and immediately thinking... So our first interaction here is not very favorable. And it actually makes him... Arven. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name for a second there. Arven comes off as an absolute prick. And I remember talking to my brother about this character after my first stream. And I was like, so you've got some rival characters. One of them is absolutely battle hungry, and I found that hilarious. And then I talk about this Arven guy. And I told him something to the effect of, so you have these rivals that are kind of playing certain roles, and I think they're really cool. And then there's this Arven prick. And this kid is like such a jackass. I met this guy and immediately wanted to shove him off the very cliff that I found Koraidon at the bottom of. And my brother's laughing about it. And then you play through the game, and literally in the end of my last stream, I'm screaming at the game, I just want to give the boy a hug. Like they did such a great job making me go from hating this character to just, I don't want to leave his side because the man got such a raw deal. Arven was rude, but when you beat the second Titan, you just beat all the Titans because... When you beat the second Titan, you just beat all the Titans because of his storyline. I think, is that technically when the Pokemon is... When the Mastiff is like just starting to get better enough to make a recovery? But even then, like, they made me care about him so much, and I think it was around the time that I fought the second Titan. I made the realization that if you play the Pokemon games for a long enough time, all of the rivals have certain roles they play. Originally, it was just you and your rival, and then it became, like, more refined rivals, and you end up with... Oh, whoops. My mistake. Let's do the fight anyways. I was hitting the B button to go through the text and just said no to the challenge. currently playing Black and White on my sister's DS. Black and White is narratively one of the best Pokemon games that they did, and I understand why people say that. It still is not one that I personally enjoyed as much, but I respect what they tried to do. Anyways, you know what I'm referencing here then. You've played a couple of Pokemon games. There are rivals that fill certain roles, and one of the classic roles, as it has become as the series has evolved, is you have the jerk rival. The rival that's just a prick. And they start out saying that basically that's Arven here. And around the time that we finished the second Titan battle, I realized that that's not the case. Arven's the actual main character, and we're the asshole rival. We're just the asshole rival that are willing to go the distance on other avenues. Arven's the real main character, and we're the prick rival. We darn near just let our Koraidon, again, I was playing Scarlet. You sit there, and you as the player character is just fine with his Koraidon going in and preventing Mabastiff from getting the sandwich he needs to heal. And I'm pretty sure at this point we've already got a rough understanding that there's something more going on than just making sandwiches. We were willing to create a scenario in which Mabastiff arguably just continues to die. And we were just like, yeah, we are the sociopathic asshole rival. I made an entire short about it. You're not done with Black and White? Out of curiosity, where in the Black and White storyline are you? I have a shiny Eevee, and I'm very tempted to make it a Vaporeon because of the memes. Dem? Oh man. I don't know what to say, because you're not in the wrong. You're absolutely, like, as a man who does dumb things because of memes, I absolutely understand the mindset. But I've got to say, when you're talking about shiny evolutions, the Umbreon is top tier. My opinion, but, you know, welcome to my channel. My opinion is the right opinion. Until it isn't, and then it's a joke to laugh at. You're up on the second town? Alright, so you're actually still pretty early on. I'm looking forward to school. Anyways, one of the beautiful things in Sword and Shield, or not in Sword and Shield, in Black and White, they brought in some really fun, really great designed Pokemon. I think Joltik is from the Black and White era, and I think is quite possibly my favorite electric type Pokemon. So again, I can find really good things to like about it as I played through it. But the number one thing that people talk about is the story. There are attempts made at this era in the design of Pokemon to craft a deeper, more complex story. And it's kind of funny that they put a lot of effort into making a really good storyline at a time that... Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Game's freaking out on me. At a time that it was kind of underappreciated. There's a lot that plays out into it. When people go back and look at it for how well it did for a franchise at its time, it didn't do nearly as well as anybody hoped it would. Now, it's become the popular opinion to look back on it and, you know, think more fondly of it than we did in the time. And I mean we as in the people who were playing it at that era. But, okay, so I want to point something out here. The Nuzlocke, per what I've said, is not starting right now. So I'm going to make my way through here, and I'm probably going to fight some things just to level up. The Nuzlocke starts once we're ready to leave the town. I just want to make sure I'm decently leveled up coming into one of the fights coming up. Let's get a couple of fights in us on our way there. Just stop complaining about the rules and me trying to make certain that I'm doing things decently. Or just stop because I might give you spoilers for Black and White. Of which, I'm not going to give you spoilers. I'm going to tell you, though, if you open up your mind to the concepts of the story being run, you'll have a lot more fun. Oh, damn. Alright, let me go through here. I'm currently playing Black and White. I'm not done. My sister said something so evil about the Mabastiff. Without Arvin, there's no endgame because you don't get into the lab. He almost loses his... Oh, okay. He's given spoilers. I see. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, Dem, if he hasn't played through it, let's try and avoid some of the spoilers. But you are making good points that, you know, that the narrative speaking, there is very, very decent points to be made for him being the main character, which is why I made that joke. When you said you were 2 towns in, I thought you were still talking about Black and White, and again, I was trying to avoid giving spoilers, so I apologize for that. She said just catch him a new Mabastiff, and it's so evil. I gotta agree. There's... First of all, the context of what a Pokemon means to someone in the Pokemon world, for so many people, it's... man, I can't remember. I think it was Dem's favorite rival. The one that they referenced in the anime during the Diamond and Pearl era. I can't remember his name right now. He is a strong contender for some of the top rivals that we've ever seen. And I give a lot of credit to the character design of him. He plays the game like someone who treats Pokemon... Paul. Thank you, Richard. Paul treats Pokemon like they are just the means to an end. He treats the Pokemon world in much the same way that hardcore competitive Pokemon players treat the Pokemon world. And it's very interesting to see that mentality in a character. He is arguably one of the best rivals we've ever seen, and he plays his role in the lore fantastically. Again, I give a lot of credit to the design and the direction of that character. Very well done. Not my personal favorite rival, but I can't deny that it's a great character. Anyways, but he is such... The reason he works so darn well is his mentality and the approach to Pokemon is so wildly different than anybody else in the world. For so many other people in the understanding of the world of Pokemon, they are like companions. They are not just tools to be used and discarded when you find one that's better. It's not that Mabastiff is just a Pokemon that's been wounded. It's that Mabastiff is his best friend. Mabastiff, when you get a dog when you're like 5 years old, and you have parents that are neglectful and never around, and all you have for your companionship is this dog for 10 years, when that dog starts getting old and has health issues, your heart starts breaking. You are losing a best friend. You know what that means. And that's what they treat Pokemon like. That is Pokemon to so many people in the world herein. And again, much like Paul was a great character because we got to see such a strong counterpoint to that, he is an excellent character example of that mentality taken to a dark place. And it's like, imagine you've had your dog. Again, like I said, you get your dog at 5 years old. It lives with you for 10 plus years. It's the way you clawed through life, this companion, helping you work your way through everything. And then they get injured, and someone comes to you and says, there's a way for you to help him. You would more than likely, if you are someone with a heart, you would at least consider how many ways you could make that happen. You would see yourself run into the ground trying to help your best friend out. And that's what he plays the part of in this world. You can't just get another Mavistiff. You can't just get another of that Mavistiff to him. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna play out that way. Okay, so there are some ROM hacks you can get where something like that happens to them. Can't wait until they bring out a game, and once you beat the rival, they just bring out 6 level 100 Pokemon and sit outside your house repeatedly beating you. That is exactly the kind of person Paul would be. You would hit the championship. Paul would come in with a well-balanced team, decent stats, probably with a party ranging anywhere from like 85 to 99, and it's like, yeah, because the levels aren't exactly at 100, you don't need to have a well-balanced team. You could probably still find your way through if you just power leveled enough. But as soon as you beat him with that team lineup, he would be the kind of guy who's like, no, double down, dig deep, do all of the crazy hard extra training. We are going to do an IV, EV perfect run of all level 100s, and we are going to come in with a very specific strategy. And when you finally come up with a team that beats that strategy, we're going to do a different strategy, and we're going to counter you every step of the way. Every time you beat one of his team lineups, he's just going to come back bigger and badder with exactly what he needs to screw over what you beat him with last time. That is exactly the kind of person Paul is. Welcome back, Luke. I was just going on a rant. Have my headphones in, but I'll be a second. Yeah. Absolutely understand. And I see where we were going with the joke here. I completely skimmed over Dem's comment. Probably for the best, but Dem has a habit of breaking my spirit. I prefer Sylveon, Umbreon, and Glaceon, but Vaporeon, in terms of as we continue on. The man will never miss an opportunity to find my spirit and break it like a twig between his thumb and index finger. And that is why I love having Dem around, because every so often, you need to be reminded that the world can be a dark place. Dem runs through life with the same world-destructive energy as Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII. And I love him for it. Now all he needs is a kick-ass theme song. I could hear you the whole way. That's actually creepy. Well, Luke, I will say that I have a voice that carries. And unfortunately, now that we've been streaming for a while, my voice is kind of starting to crack a bit. So excuse me while I crack open a can here and start hydrating. When you stream, if you don't maintain decent hydration, it really starts to take its toll on you. And unfortunately, I am god-awful at remembering to hydrate. I legit got on your channel for the first time today in that exact short of saying how we're the baddies, and Arvin's the main character is in my recommended. Yeah, YouTube will do that quite often. It's one of the things that I didn't mean to do that. It's one of the things that I find hilarious. I'll scroll through and accidentally click a video that they recommend that it's just like I'm scrolling through YouTube. I don't want to play this exact video. But because my phone is touchscreen and I have to touch the damn thing to continue scrolling, I end up accidentally, I don't know, not moving my thumb fast enough, or, you know, again, being an old man and just technology hates me. Is that the way it works? Am I old enough now that I can just say technology hates me? Anyways, and you accidentally play a video and it's like, I don't need to watch somebody figure out how many 1 ounce sinkers from their fishing lure it takes to do a... I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care about your fishing lure. And you back out. You don't even play the video. You get the ad. You don't even wait for the skip. You back right out. You have no interest in what this video is about. But YouTube doesn't care. You accidentally misclicked one video, and now you've got like fly fishing is your entire feed for like the next 30 minutes until you teach it that, god damn it, I don't give a shit about what people are fishing for. Check Twitter. I see the request for the spider. Give me a second here, guys. The man committed. The mad lad. And then he didn't teach it water gun. Absolute respect. You ride the meme, you go hard. Okay, we're talking about evolving Eevee into Vaporeon. Do not read into the context of riding the meme. Please, Dem, do not ride the meme. I'm just gonna go fight something. Accidentally clicks on a Justin Bieber song. The guys at school who already have enough reasons to bully me. Again, YouTube can be all kind of fun. And now he's off to change its name. Alright, I gotta know what you're gonna change it to, because there's a lot of ways that could go. And there's a lot of ways you can continue just, you know, going all in on the joke. What other games do you play other than Pokemon? On stream, I have done several genres. Most notably, probably action games and other RPGs. I don't do other RPGs very much because they tend to not do very well on YouTube. I want to get one more level and then heal up before we push forward. And they're so very lengthy. Despite the fact that I love playing RPGs on my own, those tend to not make the cut due to a lack of interest. Now, I will say, coming in soon, I am getting the new Fire Emblem game. Again, I'm a big fan of Fire Emblem, but I haven't played, like, properly, a real Fire Emblem game. Yeah, we'll get rid of round. I haven't played a proper Fire Emblem game since Three Houses, and I played through that one, and I tried to play through it a second time, and I didn't actually even finish the storyline. Like, it just... For whatever reason, I kept getting distracted and playing other things. So I'm thinking I might stream some of that one if there's any interest. Have you ever played Rocket League? Yes, my brother and I actually love Rocket League. I will admit that I am. If I were to understand where the scale between bad, average, good is, I'm ever so slightly on the good side of average. Now, the only reason that I can say I'm there is my brother and I would play Rocket League for quite a long time, back when the game first came out. We haven't played it recently, in quite a while, so I'm sure if I got back into it, I would be well on the bad side of average. But I was comfortably above average when I stopped playing it. But legitimately, the concept of playing soccer with rocket-powered cars is one of the best game ideas that have come out in a while, as far as like new games go. I play Hatsune Miku, Rocket League, Pokemon Scarlet, Sword. Are you talking about the Project Diva games on Hatsune Miku? A friend of mine picked up, I think. God, does Project Diva go all the way back to the PSP? Because I think that's what he started with. And I remember thinking the music was actually really good, and I liked the Hatsune Miku music. Somewhere in one of my old hard drives or flash drives or something, I actually have a completely done by me music video that I did for one of the Hatsune Miku songs. And by music video, I mean I actually made character models and like from the ground up, I took a song, made my own version of Hatsune Miku. This was back when I was studying for animation. I actually have done some animation for some projects way in the past. I don't know if they ever made it into any official releases of anything. But yeah, I do have a history doing 3D animation. God, I'm gonna feel really, really old. Probably more than 10 years ago. It goes back more than 10 years. The last time I did anything with any of that. I've also done some coding, some programming stuff. I know a couple of programming languages at a decent level. Probably not well enough to enter the workforce without having to do some refreshing. Because again, I haven't had to make heavy use of any of that in a long time. And so the only things that I'm probably confident in that stuck around would be, basic level stuff. Wait, did you start Rocket League 2 weeks ago? No, we started Rocket League way, way back. I think before it was, God, who are the guys that own it now? They had a change in ownership, and I think it's the same people that own that Battle Royale game that everyone plays. Alright, they're gonna make this hurt, but I think we have some potions that we're sitting on if we need to. Never mind, we were strong enough to go through. No problem. Oh, okay, has Dem been playing for 2 weeks? Holy sweet mother of God! Dem, you've been playing for 2 weeks and you're platinum. And I assume what you mean by platinum diamond is you can cross into diamond, but maybe you don't hold on to it consistently. I'm just guessing based off of that, but damn, that's impressive. My level 69 shiny Vaporeon, nicknamed Breedable, is holding a Moo Moo Milk. God damn it, Dem, that's beautiful. Respect. Bad is bronze, gold is average. Yeah, I would say I don't think I ever took it in there, but I would say I'm probably good enough, or when I stopped playing, I was probably good enough to touch into gold and stay there more often than not. But probably every so often I'd drop down to bronze. Again, I was just on the good side of being average based on the kind of games I'd play. I'm diamond, so I'm like right in the middle of. I'm diamond, so I'm like right in the middle of average. Okay, that sounds like a very different thing from what I understand it to be. Holy cow. Started around New Year. Yeah, I know Dem mentioned to me that he had started Rocket League. I still have it on Steam, but yeah, it's been a long time since I've played it. At this point, if I tried to play it, I would be nothing more than a brain-dead imbecile that locks onto the ball and is purely focused on hitting the ball. I guarantee you that's where I'd start at, because I would have to get back into the game. I was only just good enough to do some of those, aerial maneuvers, but I see some people do crazy, crazy things where they fly clear across the court, spin their car in just the right way, slam that bitch right into the goal, and I'm just like, holy shit, that's so cool. Like, no joke, when Rocket League is fun to play even if you're at the lower scale. But when you are really good, it is like an art watching it play out. Diamond in duos, platinum in solos and trios. Okay. Vaporeon meme of the millennium. Dem has like perfected how to make use of the Vaporeon meme. Yeah, and now it's Epic Games. That's what I was thinking about. Took you 9 months to get to Diamond? I think when my brother and I played it, I think we only stuck around for like 6 months or so. And again, that was my brother and I playing. At the time, he didn't have his own console, so we had to do the whole split screen thing. As useful as split screen is, and I wish more games would offer split screen because it's great for general fun. As much as I stand by that being a thing, when he did get his own gaming laptop, when we were able to play a couple of games across on that, we did see noticeable improvements because guess what? Having access to more screen kind of helps. You ever hit a double tap? I've hit about 6. Is a double tap when you hit your own setup and then you're also the same one that sinks the ball? Let me know if I've got my understanding of that correct, because I've done a couple of those. But yeah, I know a lot of people were really upset when Epic Games picked that game up. And I think the only issue I had with it was I had to... I seem to recall, in order for me to log in, I had to set up an Epic Games account. I never had to download, like, the Epic Store or anything. I could still play it from Steam. But I think they made me create an Epic Games account. You send the ball to the backboard, then you read it into the net. Okay, yeah. I've managed a couple of those. At least if I'm understanding it correctly. Oh, I see food. Absolutely. You can't battle well with a growling tummy. Well, I mean, you can. But, sorry, grabbing a drink. But as Ash Ketchum has taught us in the first Pokemon movie, you're never too tired to battle or something like that. He was like too tired to do anything but eat, and then a guy shows up with a battle and he is like ready and raring to go. Again, you can be too tired and too hungry to do a lot of things, but you should never turn down a match. You have to aerial, not on the ground. Again, yeah, I think I've done it. I assumed as much. All of the trick shots that mean anything tend to have to be done while you're flying around. Again, during that time, my brother and I were playing for probably 6 months, and I probably hit 2, maybe, that would have played out something similar to that. I'd imagine there's probably an achievement for it, so I could probably look to see if I have the achievement. Odious Boss. I like that name. Penny was one of the weirder ones for me. Like, as far as the story setup and the way this all plays out, I actually really liked the other members. Yeah, we'll help her out. I really liked the other members of Team Star more than I liked Penny, and I think that's just because she plays. It's her entire storyline, and she plays too much of the back burner. Everybody else is way more involved with that entire storyline, and for her, all of the other leaders are up front. They're the more focused characters that you get to know. And it's weird because you don't get any more than single interactions with them, but you get so much more character development out of them than you do Penny, because she plays so much of the back burner on her entire storyline. It's not until you near the end of the Team Star storyline that you really gain a respect for what she is in the story. Alright, there we go. I don't think there's an achievement. It was randomly generated. Gotcha. I'm so used to games like that just having wild achievements for crazy things. Alright, so I think, and I might be wrong, I think this is the last battle we have before the Nuzlocke officially starts. I'm not going to call them punks. I'm not going to turn down a fight. I don't do that in real life either. I've said it many times, and I'm sure some of the people that have been around long enough would be very bored of me saying it. I will legit fight people in real life just for the hell of it. I have, and I have lost, but it's still just... as long as you aren't trying to kill each other, there's, I don't know, a weird camaraderie that can come about from it. I think both my brother and I have had fights where one of us was left gasping for air on the ground. Oh, the name was randomly generated. Look, the number's one thing, but Odious Boss sounds like a fun name. my name was Bossier Peanut. Bossier Peanut. Dem, I'd hate to tell you, but I think you got the raw end of the deal on that one. Although Baby Peanut is way funnier. I like that one. I need to install Overwatch again. They had the entire, let me terrestrialize for the Ember. I need to reinstall the new Overwatch. I installed it, didn't play it, so I uninstalled it for space, and now that I have cleared out my some of my backlog of games, I should reinstall it because I still need to play the new one. From what I understand, there's not a whole lot has changed, but now that it's kind of revamped and re-identified itself, it sounds like there's a lot more of an active player base than there used to be. And I really want to get back and play with my Junkrat. Does anyone know Johnny Razor? For some reason, the name sounds familiar. Is he someone that's big on... Okay, my brain is wanting to put things into place. I swear I've heard the name before, but I think where I've heard it is in reference to TikTok. Is he big on TikTok, or am I just making stuff up? I haven't played Overwatch or Overwatch 2. I still need to get it at some point. Overwatch 2, as I understand it, is completely free to play. I have played the new Gundam one a little bit here and there, and I am sad to say that my favorite mech in that is really, really good. It's just not the playstyle that I run off of, and so as much as I love the Sazabi, it's not the one I main. And yeah, it is free. Alright, he started the whole Waffle House meme. Yeah, and he is big on TikTok. Yeah, okay, I'm again, I knew I've heard of it before, and I think that's probably where I've heard it before. The amount of Overwatch games I play and people are just like, yo, who's this kid? And then I start speaking. What's really funny is, especially now that my voice is starting to go, again, I've streamed at the point where I'm starting to strain my voice. And if I were to play a game right now, I'd probably sound a lot younger than I am. My keyboard's having a stroke. I'm over 30, I have a stroke. At this point, I can only blame the keyboard for so much. He's going to do a Nuzlocke for the first time in 20 minutes. Oh, awesome. Yeah, like I said, when I did my first Nuzlocke, I actually think we made a great narrative off of it. If you have any interest, I'd recommend going back to watch it. I think it's one of the better series that we've done as far as doing live streams off of it. I also did I started as, from what I understand, I started one of the earliest proper hard mode Nuzlockes for Legends Arceus. And I actually think we did a fantastic job on that one as well. But to be fair, I thought you sounded 23 or so. I will take that as a compliment. Oddly enough, my entire family line, it's kind of funny. When you look at like pictures of my father as a kid, my grandfather as a... Not as a kid. My grandfather was never a kid. As far as I understand, the man was born middle-aged. Anyways, but the entire family lineup I have, we look like we age really, really fast. And then we hit this point where it's like our body stops aging, and we ride that line for a long time. And then someone hits 50, and it crashes back down, and all the age just starts coming at you all at once. That just seems to be the way my entire family, the males on my father's side of the family, that seems to be the entire way we age. So we'll be 20, look like we're 33, and then we'll be 40 and still look like we're in our 30s. One of my favorite stories we had a blast. One of my favorite stories to sell that stance as a concept is, I remember when I hit 21, and everybody knows what you do when you hit 21 in America. You go out and you booze yourself sick. Anyways, I had hit 21, and I had been 21 for only a couple of days. I was still at the point where I was buying liquor. A couple of days isn't right. It was probably a couple of weeks. Anyways, we had this corner store that I would frequent. I was there often. Guess what? I was 21 for not very long. I was there long enough that the owner knew me by name. Anyways, I go in there one day, and I've got this beard that's like down to my mid-bot. You know, I've got a full old man biker beard, and I was only 21. I had a shaved head because male pattern baldness is a bitch. Again, real world problems do real world things to real world people. So yeah, I had a shaved head. I had a big old biker beard. I was a large man, still fairly well fit. And so I go to check out, and they've got this new kid behind the counter. I say new kid because now I'm older and I look back in my memory and I remember this guy just being like, I don't know, 22, 23, 24, something in that range. And he checks me out and he doesn't card me. And the guy behind the counter says, yo, hold up, you didn't card him. You have to card him. Look at him, the guy's like 35. He's like, Ian, pull out your ID. You think he's 35? And he looks at it and it's like, I was like still just after the month, maybe just like the month after I turned 21. And his jaw drops and he's just like, you're kidding me. I am so sorry. And it's like, it is what it is. Look, I'm 21 years old and I look like I should be like curb stomping someone from the back of my Harley. It's not your fault I look ancient. But again, I've held that until like my modern age. I hit 21 and now I'm 32 and I swear to God, I look better than I did when I was 21. The drinking age in Australia is 18. The fun age in Australia is 18. I say that like a raging alcoholic. Legitimately though, drink responsibly. You will thank yourself far more than you will when you wake up in a pool of your own vomit. Which never happened to me, but did happen to my best friend in my very basement. And I remember waking up, going down to, okay, so he had just turned 21. And again, what do you do in America when you turn 21? You drink yourself stupid. I was 21 for a while now. I'm well past that phase of everything, but he had just turned 21, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna be the guy that you're gonna go out and get shit-faced with." We drank way too much. Obviously, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, you're not driving home." That's the rule right off the bat. So I have this old mattress that I had back in the corner of where I was staying, and I pull it out of the closet. I lay it on the floor. And I'm just like, all right, man, crash here. I'm going to take the sofa. You can have the mattress. Again, I wasn't going to be like, hey, yo, you stay here and I'm going to go to the other room to my bed. I wasn't going to be that dick. If you're going to be on a lumpy, uncomfortable mattress, I'm going to be on a sofa. We'll be miserable together. And we're going to both wake up regretting everything we did. Anyways, so he's on this mattress on a concrete floor. I like battling with Pokemon. Anyways, and he wakes up, he hops in his car, he heads home. I wake up and I go to clean up, you know, I'm folding up the bedding and I'm putting everything away. In the dead of his sleep, I assume, he leaned over the side of the mattress and just threw up all over the concrete floor. Now, some of it made it onto the mattress, and so I pulled the mattress aside so that it wasn't soaking up any more of this. I flipped it over. I drove to his home. I knocked on the door. I won't say the last name. I was like, "Hi, Mrs. Jeremy's mom." Again, I just said her last name. "I'm here to get Jeremy." I literally full boot kicked the door of his room open. He panics, throws himself off of his bed. I grab him by the shirt and I tell him, get the F up, you're coming with me. He's panicking, he has no idea what's going on, and I'm just like, look, you're not leaving a pool of vomit in my basement and not picking it up. I drag his ass into my car, and he's still confused, panicking, like, what the hell am I doing? I drive him home, and to my home. And while we're on the road, I tell him what's going on. And I was like, and I am not going to have you leaving that shit for me to pick up. So we get back to my home. I'm just like, here's a mop, here's a bucket, here's some water, here's some cleaning fluid. You are going to scrub my floor. So it's like, I was the guy that took you out to get drunk, fine and dandy. You made a mess, you're cleaning it up. Fun age here is also 18. Luke, I'm not gonna drink. Oh, wow, geez, I am really getting far gone on my voice. Full on cracking now. Here we go with second puberty, guys. All right, let me go through some of the comments here. I got 198 likes saying the Waffle House. Look, it's a legit solid meme. I have no idea why it is as pervasive as it is, but the absolute random absurdity of it is funny enough, so I respect the Waffle House meme. Face cam. I have done a face cam before, and I have a fairly decent, I mean, it used to be fairly decent, it's probably garbage now, camera for the face cam. But I'll be honest, I also am like a very laid-back streamer, so if you want to see my face, you can. I look a hell of a lot better than I used to in a lot of the footage that we had face cams on. And I have considered going back to it. And anyways, back to the comment about not drinking. You're more than likely going to face some peer pressure to hop into that and make that a thing. Don't give into it. Stick to your morals. People wisen up about the fad in the moment. The shine wears off and you lose the interest, and you can easily wind up in a position where you don't have any of those hilariously bad stories about, you know, having your best friend kick your door in just to drag you back home to clean the basement floor. It's absolutely a good way to go about, you know, avoiding problems. And I will say, coming from the mindset of another friend of mine, Moose, which used to do videos with us on this channel, and still does when I do some pre-recorded things. He is a straight edge like that. He doesn't drink. He doesn't do any drugs. Mad respect for that. I don't do a lot of illegal drugs. I say a lot. I've never smoked anything or put anything in my body beyond the liquor line. But I know many people who do, and many people who have tried to get me to partake and ruin my stance on that. There are stories behind that as well. But anyways, he has a lot of great stories that I think are only capable of acquiring when you're the sober guy in a party. When you get to see everybody else act the absolute fool, and you can be the only guy with a brain in a room full of people who are struggling to keep their bile in their body, you can end up being the guy that shares all of the embarrassing story and no one has any dirt on you. Anyways, continuing down. I dislike the taste of a lot of alcoholic stuff. I had something on Christmas, can't remember the name of it. Tasted like black licorice, but it burned going down at first. Richard, there is a lot of liquor that could more or less be. I'll be honest. I don't like a lot of liquor. I don't like a lot of beer. 99.9% of the beer. If I want to drink a beer, here's what I need to be in the mindset of. Have you ever found yourself just wanting to drink a glass of burning bread? That's what beer tastes like to me. Do you realize how small a window is where you're ever thinking, that's a good idea of what I want to drink? So again, I'm not a big beer guy. When it comes to liqueurs, there are options that you can play with. I don't drink to get drunk anymore. I drink because there are some liquors that I actually like the flavor of. One that I really like is amarettos. Finding a good amaretto, pouring a little bit in a glass. It's very flavorful. It goes down easy. And I don't need to drink enough to get drunk. I'm just having a little bit of a drink that I enjoy. That there you go. I don't drink to get drunk anymore, and I would not recommend anybody do that. The way I see it, if you don't start drinking, you can't get addicted. Absolutely. My father battled alcohol addiction at one point in his life. He overcame it for a very, very long run, and unfortunately, as fate would have it, he did succumb to the drive shortly before his eventual passing. Hard to say if the drinking played a part in his passing. I don't really think so, given what actually took him from my family. Yeah, I'm gonna help you. I've already said I would, Arvin. So, yes, you're absolutely correct. If you never start something, you're never gonna get addicted to it. The thing you have to avoid is also getting addicted to things that people don't think about addiction towards. Gambling is a common one. You can actually get addicted to food. These are, I have a friend whose mother is addicted to the internet. She doesn't have to do anything on it. She loves staring at a screen that's actively online. There doesn't have to be a video playing. She doesn't have to be looking at pictures of people. It's just something about being online to her. And she is an elderly woman, so it's like, I kind of understand from her standpoint. She's looking into a world that is so alien to what she grew up with. But these are things that you've got to look out for. You can be addicted to many things. A lot of ladies and gentlemen, we got them. I assume I did and said something that I probably shouldn't have, and I will just accept that I am prone to doing that. Richard, it was, okay, Jägermeister, yep. Only alcoholic thing I have had that I can say I liked was Jello shots, although every time since the first time, even that tasted a bit too strong and I'm less of a fan. Richard, if you are looking for something to try, I would recommend the amaretto. They aren't necessarily cheap, but they are flavorful, and even if you don't like the drink of it, an interesting thing about amaretto is you can use it in place of vanilla in baking. And if you've had legitimate vanilla, you know that it's a pungent, powerful flavor. And if you've ever like smelled vanilla before you bake with it, you will understand that it has a lot of the same similarities to alcohols. I think liquid vanilla is technically an alcohol. Or at least it's made through similar process. I might be wrong on that, but it's got a lot of similarities to different liqueurs. And real vanilla is very expensive. However, getting a bottle of amaretto, you can substitute amaretto in for vanilla in a lot of recipes, and you end up with, I describe its flavor as being almost in line with like a little bit of hazelnut, little bit of vanilla, a nice toasty. It's its own unique thing, and it's the kind of thing that's hard to explain unless you have it. But when you bake with it, you cook out all of the alcohol and leave in just the base flavors. So if you don't like it as a drink, you can use it in baking. I make protein pancakes, and I like putting a shot of amaretto into my protein pancake before I bake it. Again, you can use liqueurs in ways that don't have to be consumed as liqueurs. I'm starting to become addicted to chewing gum. I have a niece that is running into that same issue, and for them it's just the habit. Having something to chew on is an actual thing that they look for. Yeah, Richard, I have a soda addiction. You and my brother both. There is a point in time in which my brother quite literally despised the taste of plain water because his soda addiction had grown so massive. My jaw is hurting and I'm still chewing more. Again, yeah, it's a weird thing. Personally, I love a good cider. I do enjoy cider, and again, cider is a type of liqueur that you can cook with. Using it in place of if you put it in with a syrup, you can get that appley cider kind of tang taste, and you can cook out all of the actual liquor in the cider and still make use of it. I'm trying to remember. I'm gonna kind of talk about it, but my grandmother used to have a recipe where she would use cider and make a sort of glaze, and it was very tasty. And I'm sure, knowing her, she probably wrote it down somewhere, and I'm gonna have to try to find that. All right, yeah, here it is. This is what I'm looking for. I have one more place to go still. Okay, yeah, I don't have to go there. I can go right to the staff room. Me who just buys vanilla ice cream and just melts it in my... My genius is out of this world. If you get real vanilla ice cream, yeah, that's a good way to go about it. Like, proper vanilla bean ice cream. But a lot of vanilla ice cream doesn't even use vanilla. However, that does not change the fact that you can't use it to get the vanilla effect. There's a lot of synthetic vanillas you can get as well that are a lot cheaper than the real vanilla extract. But yeah, real legit vanilla, a lot of people don't understand just how expensive it is to produce that and why it's so expensive to get real, actual vanilla. Another one of those spices that some people just don't understand, that the way that you get the resource is so involved that the price for larger amounts of it is wild, is saffron. If you've ever seen anybody cook with saffron, you use so little saffron, and you usually use it in soups so that you can diversify and spread out the entire flavor of what little saffron into a larger volume. I can't put English into a sentence. Join the club. I can't use a lot of English words in any sentences because my brain falls apart. Have you ever had vanilla extract in food that you've eaten? Okay, one of the things you get to do as an adult if you are in a position to make a decent amount of money is you can splurge on yourself and treat yourself to nice things from time to time. And I have bought real vanilla and baked with it with a nice delicious cake, and absolutely I have eaten foods with real vanilla, and it is totally worth it if you can afford it as a treat. I'll be honest, being able to bake with it on the regular is above my pay grade, and the trade-off is arguably not worth it, but if you're looking to treat yourself every so often, I think it's worth it. And here's a quick and dirty trick, by the way, to get a lot of use out of a single vanilla bean. If you buy a vanilla bean and put it at the bottom of a sugar tin, your sugar will pull the moisture out of the bean and impart the natural vanilla flavors into your sugar, and you can do this with a large volume of sugar. Every so often, I know I'm not playing the game, hear me out on here. Every so often, take your container, a full 1 pound bag of sugar you can do this with. Put a vanilla bean in this in a container that you store 1 pound of sugar in. Every so often, shake it up, spread the oils throughout the thing. You can make that one vanilla bean last for many, many bags of sugar, and you will still get an added flavor profile throughout your entirety of your sugar. Eventually it does run out. Eventually you will get diminishing returns. Your first batch is going to be amazing, but I think we've gone 4 bags in, and you can still taste that there's a little bit of vanilla flavor going through it. After that 4th bag, you're kind of beyond the pale of getting benefits out of it, but it's a great way to make your actual vanilla flavor go a very long way. Because think about the amount of vanilla you use and realize that you're spreading that across something like 3 pounds of sugar. I used to be addicted to Coke, the drink. I'm gonna throw that out there, Dem, and say that that's the obvious statement. However, I have been a part of communities in which that is an unfortunately common thing for the not drink. So I will take an understanding of the soda addiction long before the other option. Tried to drink only water for a week and would get migraines, so I went back to it. Finally stopped for about 10 days and the headaches went away. Yes, you can develop... That's something a lot of people don't understand, is you can develop addictions to things through ways that your body will react to that don't have to be like entirely destructive side effects. I'm trying to think, like meth addiction, for example, is something that it's actually considered to be not very good to stop cold turkey if you're way deep into the meth addiction. Obviously, if you have an addiction with meth, seek help with a medical professional. Don't just trust what I'm saying. But from what I understand, when people try to quit meth, there are actual clinics where they will give you small doses in continually decreasing volumes because you can go through such serious physical side effects that you could actually throw your body into shock if you try to quit cold turkey. Obviously, that can be a huge health issue. And what people don't realize is, although something like meth is a full-blown, like your body becomes dependent on it kind of addiction, your body can kind of emulate that to other addictions. Caffeine in the Coke could be what's doing it. It could actually be the sugar in the Coke that's doing it. Your body will latch on to certain things within that and start developing craves and needs for it, and you will quite possibly face adverse side effects when you try to quit it. It's the same thing with people who try to stop smoking. If they don't have that hard dive into whatever that they are smoking, one of the things that I've seen people do is just hold a stick between their fingers like a cigarette, because their physical body has become so used to the action of just pulling something up to their face and putting it down that they need to have something fill that role that isn't destructive, like a tobacco cigarette, for example. I have heard of people just buying just carved wooden sticks that are downed into the shape of a cigarette just to fill that role so they aren't actively smoking something. This is common with people who smoke through a pipe. They just don't fill their pipe, but they still go through the action and the holding. Talking about money, remember when I said my Switch was getting repaired? Holy shit! Luke, what was the issue with your Switch, if you don't mind me asking? That they want to charge you $200 for a repair? I mean, that's Australian dollars, and I don't know the conversion rate, but I know that the conversion rate to Australian dollars and US dollars isn't so wild that 200 Australian dollars is something to sneeze at. That is, from my understanding, still a pricey repair. Also, my mom quit smoking cold turkey. She's come close to going back to smoking at times, but she hasn't gone back. Absolutely good for her, Richard. That is a hard thing for someone to do. God, knowing the story of this game and seeing the professor here just like breaks my brain. Okay, you did mention this. It wouldn't read the micro SD card. That's right, you did mention this earlier. And the kickstand is broken, and I have joystick drift. 100 Australian is about 140, or 144 Australian is about 100 US. So yeah, that's like what, little around $125 or so, give or take. I'm just doing really quick back of the brain, not even back of the napkin, back of the brain math. Um, yeah, that is not a cheap repair. Out of curiosity, do they have to do do they have to do the full repair? And hear me out. If you're talking about like a standard Switch with the detachable Joy-Cons, there are ways to try and fix Joy-Con drift. If you're willing to, if you have the right size screwdriver and bit to open up your Switch, you can get a can of air, blast it under the. Let me start fresh. You can buy these things that are compressed cans of air. If you look at your Joy-Con, there is a rubber flap under the joystick. If you get in there with some delicately get in there, it's very thin like rubber. But if you lift it with some tweezers, you can blast a can of air into there. Quite often, that is enough to solve Joy-Con drift. You might have to recalibrate your controller afterwards. If that doesn't solve your issue, there is another common issue that will solve Joy-Con drift. And if you open up the Joy-Con and you look at the pad between the joystick and the console, and you slide a piece of cardstock in there just to create a little bit more pressure, that can also solve Joy-Con drift. I have had every single Joy-Con that I have owned, and I have two pairs that work now and one pair that is permanently broken, and that's just because I got rough with the other pair. They have all had Joy-Con drift. And doing that cardstock trick has solved my Joy-Con drift on all of them. I know it sucks, but that is a way you could try to repair it yourself on the cheap without having to pay for that repair. Obviously, you're going to want the micro SD reader to work, especially if you're playing digital games. That's kind of mandatory. And beyond that, the kickstand, you can actually use other types of kickstand for your Switch. You can even just prop it up against something. I actually don't like the kickstand on the Switch, so I don't even use it. I prop it up against a stack of books or something. These are just ways I'm trying to think for you to save a little bit of money, because holy cow, that is a crazy... Yeah, Drickstick issues aren't free in Australia. Only in... God, I'm going to be honest. I hate... Okay, I love Nintendo. I'm going to say that. I am a Nintendo fanboy. I do ride that train. But I will call out bad Nintendo practices when I see them. And I've got a whole list of them if anybody really wants to hear. But their denial of Joy-Con drift is one of the biggest peeves I have with them. Because this isn't something people are making up. It's a real thing. Some people are lucky enough to have never had to have experienced it. For those people, I say congratulations, but that's not everybody. And it's a very common issue. And it's a very common issue that when you look into how that happened on manufacturing and the ways they could have... Look, I know it's easy to say from the consumer side, if they just spent a couple extra cents per controller on the design thing, they could have avoided it. But when you scale that up, you know, a couple cents here and there becomes millions of dollars really fast. So it's a really weird position to be on from a consumer looking at the company side of things. But when you look into how that happened, why that happened, and how ridiculously simple the fix can be, like I said, I fixed it on my consoles, opening them up and cutting a square piece of cardstock and wedging it in there. It's arguably potentially that easy to fix for a lot, not all, but a lot of the Joy-Con drift issues. And we've had similar controller designs before that don't develop that. Nintendo needs, and I stand by this as much as of a fanboy as I am, they need to acknowledge it and make the repair right for the people that are suffering from this because it's ridiculous to charge a product with such a manufacturing flaw and not stand behind your quality. And this is an issue that has become major in recent years for Nintendo. I've talked about this before. Nintendo's repair policy back in the day, like back in the I think the DS Lite was the last time that I've experienced just how great their service repair could be. Back in the day, it was a thing of beauty. I remember having N60. I know I'm not playing. I'm on a rant right now. I'm angry and I'm on a rant. Hear me out here. Back in the day, I had N64 controllers, and I played a lot of video games. I wore those controllers down. If you've seen people complain about N64 controllers, you know what I'm talking about. But this was happening to me while the N64 was still the active console. And I would call in and say, hey, here's this issue. And you know what they did? They sent me brand new sealed in packages controllers. I said I have this issue, and it's starting to get a little buggy. And they were just like, oh yeah, that's kind of a thing. We're aware that it happens. We're sorry to hear that. We're going to write it down on some account somewhere. We're going to tie it to I don't know how they did it. But they were just like, and we will send you a replacement. I got like 3 or 4 brand new controllers that way. Brand new. Not aftermarket, not third party, brand new Nintendo brand controllers. And they were just like, yeah, we'll send it to you free of charge. You don't have to pay for anything. I had an incident on a Game Boy Color where the Game Boy screen had popped off. And they were just like, oh yeah, that's really strange. Usually we hear about kids being rough with their console and breaking the screen. We can't do anything about that. But if it's popped off, package your item. We're going to send you a box, put your item in the box, put the screen that popped off, it was the outer plastic screen or whatever, put that in a separate thing, send it to us, and we'll see what we can do. They completely refurbished my entire console. My Game Boy Color came back. It was my Game Boy Color, the same product number, but they cleaned it, and they even, apparently they marked on there that in their test, my speaker was starting to go bad. They put in a brand new speaker for me, replaced the screen, cleaned the console, made sure everything was, spit polished perfect, sent it back to me. It was the same product number. My father checked. He was very anal about that stuff. My brother left a Nintendo, I think it was either the DS or the DS Lite, I can't remember. My brother actually left a console out on the slide, and it got swamped in, and it got water damaged, and they took it in and were just like, yeah, no, we can replace a couple of the parts, and if it turns back on, we'll send it to you. They replaced a couple of parts. They replaced the damn housing shell. I don't know if they even just gave them a whole new console. I don't know what they did, but they were just like, yeah, it's gonna cost you, I don't know, like 40, 50, 60 bucks. It cost my dad money, but it wasn't wild. It was way less than the console was, and my dad was like, oh yeah, absolutely. And they sent him like this thing that looked brand freaking new. For all I know, because again, I seem to recall it had a new shell, so it wasn't the same product number. For all I knew, they sent my brother a brand new DS or DS Lite. I don't remember which it was. That's irrelevant. They don't do that anymore, and their customer service used to be legendary. Hey, Just a Duck, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry that you're staring at a screen that wasn't being played. I was going on a rant about how far Nintendo has fallen. And I know sometimes, from time to time, Dem finds my rants enjoyable. I hope that rubbed you the right way, Dem. And I hope you don't take that the wrong way. My Pro controller is screwed with drift, but Joy-Cons are fine. Again, they have done weird things. I've mentioned it before. I have a Ghillie Kit controller. Give me a second. I'm gonna go grab the box. And again, Just a Duck, if you're still hanging around, I'm sorry I missed that you got in, but I'll be right back. I gotta grab this and let you know what this is. I'm sorry that you're hearing the squeak of my old boom mic stand arm, whatever this thing is that holds my microphone. All right, there's a company named GuliKit, Gulikit. They make what they call the King Kong 2 Pro Controller. It's what I'm using right now. Uh, it has a lot of features in it that are great, but it's like a $70 controller. I'm not telling you it's cheap. It's pricey, it's expensive, but this is easily the single best Switch controller I have ever held in my hands. And the joysticks don't work the way that they traditionally do in the other Pro controllers and other manufacturers. These operate off of internal magnets. You can actually adjust what the controller is doing if you take a magnet, a strong magnet, and run it around the joystick. You can kind of start playing the game that way if you really want to. But the design of these controllers is actually one that has been tried and tested through heavy wear, and they are, even amongst the fan community, they reference these as drift-proof controllers. That is what they market them as, but when you hear that coming from the fandom, I have to say there's something to it. Now, this is the single best quality controller I have held in my hand. The plastic is a nice, hardy, healthy plastic. It doesn't feel cheap. The buttons have a beautiful face feel to them, and even their clicky nature, I'm not sure if you can hear that, is beautiful. The joysticks, I believe just recently someone started manufacturing these kind of joysticks that you can put in Joy-Cons. I actually think I have a pair somewhere that I need to install in a pair of my Joy-Cons, but if you can afford this King Kong 2 Pro controller, I highly recommend it. It is the single best Nintendo controller that I've held in my hands in a very long time. And I loved it so much. Like I said, I bought the same kind of joysticks just to put in my Switch. And I bought a second GuliKit King Kong Pro 2. I didn't grab the box for the one I'm playing. I grabbed the box with one that's still sitting in the box, because I like these controllers that much. Again, I realize I'm hawking some merch here that nobody's paying me for, but if you can afford to get something like that, I highly recommend it. It is... Oh, and they have the NFC readable, so all of your amiibos will work with this controller as well, which is a big deal. A lot of the aftermarket ones don't have that. God, I didn't think I'd be doing a free ad read in this stream. I am sorry that I have been jumping back and forth on that. I do find them enjoyable. You rubbed me the right way. Rants are better than being 100% positive sometimes. Like, my favorite game reviewer is Angry Video Game Nerd. Angry Video Game Nerd, I know a lot of people are fans of. I don't think I've ever seen... I know of him, and I know the name, the brand, and I know a lot of what it's like. The only thing I know about him, though, is a lot of his early stuff, and I will say the humor in some of that goes a little far for me, but I understand it. I would liken it to a lot of what, like the South Park kind of humor. Again, I haven't watched a lot of his stuff, and what I do know of him is very, very outdated. I am one to rant myself, and I enjoy people ranting as well, so I appreciate that compliment, Luke. But yeah, again, I am very passionate about my gaming. It is something that I do take very serious. I like to get the best experience I can manage, and I will seek it out. And I will take some unfortunate losses in my pursuit to make it happen. But I have a price limit. My price limit is more than some other people's, but I'm not so well off I can just go out and be like, oh, hey, I'll just drop $800 seeking something out. I have to do a lot of homework. So when I try to jump behind something and say that something is good, understand that I can't guarantee that your experience will be what my experience is, but it's not coming from a place of shilling something just to shill something. I have a lot of cheap controllers that I really like, but there are so many things wrong with them that I wouldn't say get this if you could even save up for an excess amount of time and get something of this quality. That said, if you quite literally don't have the means, I can look at some of my other controllers that I do enjoy. I actually have another one nearby. Let me see if I can. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I have another one just like, I don't know, 10 feet away from me that is way cheaper. I don't know if it's made anymore. But yeah, I could grab that one if you want a cheaper alternative that is missing some features and doesn't have the same build quality. But I think this thing was like $25 when I bought it, and is a very solidly put together, cheap alternative that I think has NFC reading on it. Some of the ones I have do, some of them don't. I was wondering, do you have a stream schedule? The streams that I try to do consistently, I work full time. Streaming is something I do as a hobby. It's something I really enjoy doing, and getting to chat with people is something I really like doing. Heck, if you find me on Twitter, other people have found me. I've said it before. It's IRENCSAK on Twitter. My DMs are permanently open. If you ever want to chat on there, I don't think I've ever turned anyone away for the opportunity to chat with me. But my stream schedule is, I try to get something out either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Again, I work full time. I do live my life in a way that I need to make things happen. Again, I had to take an extended break that I did not plan. I mentioned it at the start of this stream when my grandmother passed away. I can't let. I'm not in a position to make streaming my job, so I'm like, I want to do a stream every weekend, and it's gonna be Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. The best chance to figure out when I'm streaming is just subscribe and hop in when you see me. They're always in the evening. I'm Eastern Standard Time. And if anything happens outside of that, I tend to put it out on Twitter that I'm going to be outside of that schedule. Not a fan of Angry Video Game Nerd, Ian? You might want to check out my friend, Super Insect Rose. I get the feeling you might like his content. Yeah, I might check it out. It's almost exactly the same as yours. Again, I think a big part of my distinction is that I am familiar with his work way back in the early days. And I've said this before. Around the time that he would have been early off, shock content was a real thing. And it was the way a lot of people developed and grew. And I think that might be where my mind remembers him, is from an era where that was the common things people did. People would be edgy and crude just to be edgy and crude because that worked well for the algorithm at the time. Things just worked out weird like that. Again, when I started, people would say that was the advice everyone was giving. Be edgy, be crude, make a lot of just lowbrow jokes that are swamp bottom of the barrel, but make them all the time. Swear often, or there were so many things that people did to fill that niche in various avenues. And I actually started my channel doing some of that, and it couldn't stick. I have too much of a problem not being my genuine self. I couldn't do that. And so at this point, I sell myself as being the most me that I could be when I stream. I am exactly what you get as a person as I am when I stream. Anyways, Luke, have a good one. Okay, he's got lunch. He'll be back soon. If I'm still streaming, I will see you when you get here. I think I've got a little bit of time left in me. Let me go through here. Does it also work with your PC? I was thinking about getting a new Xbox One for an Xbox controller for PC. But if that would work on my Switch as well, it might be worth the extra. Dem, from what I understand, you can look at the website and they'll fill you in on it. Let me grab a swig here. Again, I'm trying to keep my voice from absolutely quitting on me. Wow. Alright, bad drink. Dem, the Ghillie Kit controller. I have not tried to get it to work on my PC, personally. However, they do say that it is PC compatible. It is Android compatible, so you can sync it to your Android phone if you have an Android phone. And it is even Xbox compatible. Now, it is possible when you connect this on certain games, you might have to remap things. I seem to recall hearing that some people had to remap a lot of their controller when they tried to sync it up the first time. But as soon as you remap it, I suppose it should remember your mapping. You might also have to do an update to your controller, kind of like what you do with your Switch Joy-Cons when you get them. They market it as being PC compatible, Xbox compatible, and Android compatible, and the syncing can be jumped and cycled fairly quickly. Before this stream, for example, to tell you how easy it is to cycle it through, my controller disconnected from my Switch, and it still thought it was connected. So what I had to do is I had to cycle off of the connection. So I just quickly switched it over to the Xbox setting. I don't have an Xbox, so it was looking for something that doesn't exist, and then I set it back to the Switch, and without a second thought, works right away because it was able to reconnect as on a new. Basically, it's the same thing as resetting something. But yeah, so it does swap over fairly easily, and when I did that, it tried to connect to my PC, but I cycled past it fast enough that it never did anything. So I would say that it should work on PC, but I've never done that myself. But it even says on here that I can connect it to my PC. It's a little icon on the connection light. And it is Bluetooth, so it is wireless, if that matters for anything. I have only ever used it on my Switch, and again, for the Switch, I would dare say it's the best controller floating out there. I wonder if there's a way for me to quickly show that even the NFC, because the NFC reader is very, very good as well. Other controllers I have that claim to have NFC support, when you put the amiibo on the controller, you've got to be in a very small window of readability, and if you even like tilt it 5 degrees, you might no longer have a readable connection. This does not have that issue. When you put that amiibo down, you can even pull it far enough away to be about as far away from the controller as the joystick is tall, and you're still within the realm of readability, so you don't have to perfectly hold your amiibo in place. This only ever became beneficial to me, and I found out about it when I was really, really sick at one point, and my hands had the shakes, and I was still trying to read my amiibo. And I'm sitting here just like, God damn, my hand's all over the place, and the controller didn't care that I was having a stroke or something. Alright, so we are about ready to actually officially start the hard line of... God, how long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for like 2.5 hours. And I'm only just at the point where it's like, alright guys, Now we have to lay down the Nuzlocke rules. Yes, I know my phone is ringing. Alright, I know which direction I want to go first, but I also have to figure out what I'm doing for where the cutoff points are. Because again, there is an easier way to do this and a harder way to do this. And because I'm gonna go easier in some areas, I want to give myself fewer opportunities to screw up. But I have some options that I want to go through. By the way, guys, if you're watching my streams on the Nuzlocke and you at any point think I'm doing something too easy and I need to do something harder, bring it up in chat. I will consider making it valid, and I may even have to take certain punishment runs. Would cost you $62. I'm tempted though. Like I said, Dem, I spent $70 on mine, and I don't want to say it would work on PC verifiable because I haven't done that. But again, I spent $70 on mine for the Switch twice. I paid more than $62 to get mine. And I stood by the product well enough that I bought it a second time. I don't know what to say to you other than I see the value to me as worth that. Send me the boxed one. Dem, I have sent people other things. My older capture card that I used on the resale market, I still could have turned around and gone to eBay and got $100 for it. I saw it as more valuable to send it to someone that I know was going to use it. I'll be honest, Dem, you won't get the boxed one. But if I was ever in a position to be ready to move over to the boxed one and not need the one I'm using right now, if you were in any position that I could do so cheaply, I wouldn't rule it out entirely. I have been known to be fairly generous on that kind of stuff. Again, I'm sitting on a code that I bought for Richard for online Switch that I can't even give to anyone because all you guys are from America. Except Richard. Richard's from America. But again, he had a different avenue to get one, and so he was just like, yeah, give it to somebody else. At some point, I'm gonna put it out on my Twitch or on my Twitter and just be like, so this is a thing. Who wants it? Not gonna lie, it probably would cost just as much to ship it as it would be to order a new one. That's kind of what I'm saying. If you were in a position for it to be more feasible to ship. That was the same thing with that capture card. My first question was I know you want one and you're in the market. Are you in America? That was my first question to them, was, are you in America? And when they said yes, I followed it up with the offer to send it their way. I actually sent them an entire note, because there's an entire story behind it. If you remember when we had Halo Master Chief as a regular on my stream, it was his dream to actually do a YouTube channel, and there is an entire thing about a process and a lineup. I was originally going to send it to him, but I know the system requirements for the capture card, and I was waiting for him to reach a point that he had a machine capable of making use of it. And there's a whole thing. I don't want to get into it. We've gone down that avenue before. I'm like Bandit Keith in America. Sorry, grabbing another drink. Look, you can't fault Maridon. The boy knows a delicious, tasty sandwich when he sees one. I say that and he turns to look exactly at me. Look, I understand I'm a total snack, but I'm not a sandwich. I'm far too weighty and protein enriched. Then again, nothing ever stops. Nothing is gonna stop a sandwich from being high in protein. That's a terrible thing for me to try to correlate to. Alright, just making sure I was all caught up on the long list of messages here. Alright, I think... Okay, I know a path to take if I choose to go the same way as I did in the last one, and I think that's what I'm going to do just because of the ease of this... Whoa, that was weird. The ease of the start. There we go. So, what I'm looking at in this game is there's ways to break this up. You can kind of break it up regionally, and based on each area has numbers. You can do it that way. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that because that's a little hard to keep track of. So instead, I'm going to kind of do regions of the map, kind of like what we had to do with the Legends Arceus game. So obviously, this is all its own singular unit. As massive as it is, based on my breaking down, this is almost all its own thing, with this marshlands kind of being its own separate location. So if I'm going to do it that way, this entire area is only going to give me 2 catches if I do it this way. And I think that's going to make it a little harder. I have my default starter catch, which is not going to count against me. So I get to come out here and, find the Pokemon that I'm going to encounter as the first encounter for the area. And then this, I think, isn't even an option until later on. Meanwhile, if I come in here, you can see that there are some areas that are split up. So I'm thinking this front half is its own thing, this back half would be its own thing, and then this lower section would be its own thing. This I could break up into a couple of sections. This is all such similar flatland, I would call it its own section. My question to you guys is, does this sound like an acceptable way to do it for a Nuzlocke, or is there something different you'd like to see me do? I'm trying to give myself, because I don't want to have to track levels for what gym I go to, and I think the proper way to do this is to do one here, and then I think this one was low level. There is a system to this, and I'll have to look it up later, but I know that at the very least, this is a good starting path, and I can do that today. But right now, that is the plan as laid out. If at any point you guys think I am being too easy on myself, or if you think I need to do something with a little extra challenge, call me out, tell me I'm being a big old baby, and need to make it harder. And I will accommodate as you guys so choose, within reason. I'm not gonna play the game one-handed, upside down, through a mirror with my booty cheeks. Okay, there are limits to how hard I'm willing to make it. Although that would be a hell of a that would be a way to play my way through like Dark Souls or something, and be like, yo, here's my challenge run. Alright, sounds good so far. We'll see how it plays out. And again, if you guys think I'm not taking enough of a punishing beating, let me know. I'm sure you have no trouble finding ways to make me cry. Alright, let's take the heal, because I don't remember if they heal me here, but we're immediately coming out for the gym run. I also need to pay attention to party typing, because that is going to matter a whole lot more than it does in my casual playthrough. I say you guys have no trouble finding ways to make me cry, and I'm just remembering, frankly, all it takes is a very good opportunity to dig deep, and Dem's gonna have no issue anyways. He doesn't need challenge mode to make that happen. And I mean that in the most complimentary way I can, Dem. Alright. Based on this region... Right. I'm going to have to make my catch fairly early on, because that's the way Nuzlockes work. I can't go like this deep in and be like, oh, hey, there's exactly the one I'm looking for. So, let's take a look at what spawned in here. We have some decent flying type options. We have a rock type option. There aren't a lot of good rock types, and there is a really good flying type later that, if possible, I'd much prefer. So I think I'm going to make the effort for the rock type. Game, please be gentle on the punishment. Holy cow, it's already level 13. It is not going to be nice to me. Oh god, it is not going to be nice to me. Already we're in Problem Town! I agree it's better to see new Pokemon, but it's already at exactly my level. It has type advantage, and if it knows some ground type moves, I'm in a really bad spot. I'm not gonna screw around. Let's go for the Terrasilize, hit it with an Ember, hope it doesn't faint. This might have been a mistake. Losing my starter this early would be devastating. Please catch the burn. Jesus Christ, that hurts so much. Jesus Christ, that hurts so much. Jesus Christ, that hurts so much. Let's see what we can do with this. And then a hit with a special attack move. Alright, I don't like this. I think we had 22. So the 20 offsets that. Man, this is not a good spot to be in. Yeah, okay, that does put me better off than where we were. That's a better position to be in. Let's keep potioning. Okay, they're gonna outspeed me. Again, I'm not in a position to be that devastated by that. Rock throw! Okay, not too bad. I think that's a physical move, so that's why that didn't hurt so bad. We are now in the realm of catchable. We are not in the realm of safety. I could try to swing and be in a safe spot and do damage enough to get in a better position. But if I Pokeball, I can potion anyways. I can do a nasty back and forth. Okay. That was unnecessary! That was an unnecessary risk! I run into one Pokemon at the technical start of the Nuzlocke, and already I hurt. Emotionally and spiritually. I'm running back and healing, and I'm gonna do a little bit of leveling up. This game was well informed about how to hurt me right out of the gate. Oh, yeah, that's right. I should have nicknamed it, and it is Salt. So, I think I can name it from here, right? No? Auto heal, make lead Pokemon? No. Yeah, I can heal at the camps if I do that, but I lose my my terastallizing if I find myself in another pinch like that. And I took that for the extra damage. Check summary? I'll do that, thank you. I already know what name I'm going to go with because of where it put me right out of the gate. There we go. Got my Terra Orb charged. Yes, yes, I am aware, but thank you for the tips anyways. There it is. Thank you very much. Hopefully this will fit. It does. There we go. The fact that I was immediately just like, hey, I'm gonna fight this thing, and I was immediately like sweating there. Actually, I'm gonna pick a different spot to fly to. Because there's a spot that I can get a better typing, in my opinion. If I come down here, and I work my way to this river, I have access to a couple of options. Fido is pretty good for a fairy typing if I'm going to go down that path. I can get a Psyduck, which is going to give me a water type this early on, which isn't going to be good at the gym I'm going to, but it's going to be good to have for type coverage, especially because I'm going in to an area with rock types and fire types as the common typing. Alternatively, if I see a Ralts, I might jump for a Ralts just because Psychic is good. But if not, my hope is to run into a Psyduck. Oh, wait, no! The Wooper! Wooper is much better choice. Grab these items, though. Give me that Wooper. Where'd the Wooper go? Again, this is water typing and ground typing, so much better option. The level difference isn't problematic, but I'm not sure I want to ride the concern any more than I have to. A crit from Nibbler could be pretty bad. Then again, being critted on a guaranteed hit coming in could also be pretty bad. Yeah, reduce the speed all you want. That's not a big issue. Alright, we'll go with the tackle then. See what that does. Alright, that did quite a bit. Alright, Dem, give me a nickname for this guy if we manage to get the catch. Otherwise, I have a nickname and I don't think they'll like it. OMG, I found the best thing ever. Slacking walking around in... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to look that up later. What does slacking look like in the camp? Because some of these are funny. Okay, let me just say. In my head, I know what slacking is about. And I know what this game is as far as some of the lazy choices they've done. In my head, I'm imagining slacking on his side in the classic paint me like one of your French girl poses, and he just hovers. Am I close? Anyways, we have the Pooper Whooper, and I didn't get a nickname, so we are going with Skidmark. I can't get it out of my head that slacking is just hovering around the camp. Alright, so this entire area is now done. So I can return up there if I want, but I think it's much better to do a little bit of grinding out here for some levels. I can do some quick and dirty, just fight anything. And I've got to keep my eye out for some shinies if maybe that should happen. I never thought of Slacking's pose like that. Now I can't unsee it, damn it. I have always thought that slacking is just... Okay, slacking is way too much of like a spirit animal for me from my high school years. Super strong, kind of a big chunky boy. Not the prettiest man on the block, obviously. Like I said, I had to shave my head early on to keep the look out of what's going on. But then still... Oop, that's a bad call. Get back here. But then again, still way too confident about itself that it's just like, I know what I have that I'm working with, and you're lucky enough to even see me right now. Like, I always thought that, like, Slacking was an absolute diva. Underneath all of the Slacking-ism, he was absolutely a diva. And I don't mean that in the Overwatch champion, I mean in the personality typing. Welcome back, Luke. I'm just talking about my potential spirit animal Pokemon. As much as I don't want it to be, could quite possibly be my understanding of what Slacking is. Kind of like Donkey Kong, but constantly laying back down. Alright, you know, the Donkey Kong-ism works, but I still love the idea of a Slacking taking that pose and just hovering around like a living Roomba. Alright, yeah, a little bit of pain, sure. I was hoping I would be able to do a little bit of offsetting damage. I guess not yet. Our level isn't nearly outclassing it enough. So yeah, while you were gone, Luke, I caught a rock mushroom. And I cried a little bit, realizing the problem I stepped into. Luckily, it was overcome fairly quickly, but I drastically underestimated the level of the wild Pokemon I was running into, and I immediately charged in to try and catch a Pokemon that I did not have type advantage against. So yeah, was it my smartest play? Absolutely not. Was it funny? I kind of thought so. Did I tear up a little bit? I'm not gonna say. I don't have a webcam. You can't prove anything. Alright, so right now I'm just kind of going on a little bit of a murder spree. Trying to get the easy experience without having to worry too much about the actual battle, and grab a couple items because the items become pretty important. Also, our chunky boy needs some levels. Skidmark could use a few too. Alright, Lechonk, you're kind of falling behind. Let's get a little closer. Man, thinking about it, maybe I should have named Bacon you guys ever had the Burger King option? They advertise it like the Baking or whatever. I don't know. He strikes me more as a Baking than he does just pure bacon. He is not just a side of meat. He is a side of meat with royal heritage. That's the same way I view myself. May we all view ourselves as royal meat. And feel free to take that in whatever direction you so choose. Because that, in hindsight, that has way more implication than I originally intended. No, when he falls asleep, he lies on his back. People who legitimately, like, without any alteration, the people who can just lie on their back and fall asleep, they confuse me. I have trouble trusting those people. Nope. Get back. I'm trying to... Go fight this thing. Stop fighting other bacon. There's only so much bacon murder we can have. And that is arguably exactly equal to however much bacon I can eat in one sitting. Because beyond that, it's just wasteful. Alright, now we're going to bring Skidmark out front and get a few levels. Because once everybody hits that roughly 10 to 13 range, we're going to be at least on par with the level requirement for the next area. And that was what scared me most when I ran into the first wild Pokemon, was the realization that I am exactly on par with the wild Pokemon in an area where I have nothing that gives me decent type advantage consistently enough to make my way through. Go get him. There you go. Level up Nibbled twice and it will evolve. Oh yeah, Nibbler at 16? Whoops, wrong button. Yep, 16. Hopefully we don't get there until we're comfortably within the next area though. Yo, Combee would have been fun, but I'd have to know that I was getting a female Combee. Alright, pull you back. Come back over here for some more... Oh, that's the little bug guy. I was wondering what the heck I was looking at. I am, I guess, presently fighting the nighttime Pokemon, and I wasn't expecting to see caterpillars running around. Again, if you see any shiny Pokemon that I'm overlooking, try to let me know ahead of time before I get too far in and they despawn, because again, with very rare exception, I will be, again, if we manage to get any shinies in the way, I will be giving them away. Alright, we'll just fight this guy over here. I didn't realize that Magikarp can spawn in this pond. I kind of regret not forcing the Magikarp choice. Having my boy King running around would be pretty good. Although I think Richard, you have been in my Nuzlocke runs, you have been a Gyarados twice, and you have come in absolutely clutch more times than I care to count. What time is it in America? It is currently 9 in the evening, and I am going into Saturday, which for most people would basically be saying, hey, that means I don't have to do anything tomorrow and I can stream way into the night. and they will be committed to like a 14-hour stream or something wild like that. Unfortunately, as I have said, I live life outside of the stream approach because I make no money at this and it does nothing for my living. So unfortunately, I do have things to do. However, I am not ready to call it quits yet because we are only just... Oh, I screwed up! Oh, I screwed up! Oh, I love me that. I love both Zangoose and Seviper. So that would have been a great way to get a favorite on the team. I didn't know they can spawn in this area. So yeah, that's one thing I don't know is I don't know the region's specifics. And if there are region-specific new Pokemon, I don't know what they are. Because again, my knowledge on this era is still only what I experienced in Scarlet and maybe what I've seen spoiled online now because I have stopped worrying about spoilers now that I finished this once. Point is, I don't know what's available when and where, so there are some fun opportunities in this. 1 p.m. on Saturday there. Oh, so you're just... you mentioned you just went and had lunch. Can you name the next Pokemon Luke? The next Pokemon is going to be after we past this area. And tell you what, as long as it's male, I'm gonna put that out there. If the next Pokemon we catch is male, I will name it Luke. I love how Seviper and Zangoose are both in the game and not version exclusive. I didn't know that they were... I might have known. I think... come to think of it, I think I got both of them in Scarlet. But I didn't know that you could get Zangoose this early on. Female Luke? I am sorry that I'm gonna put this out there. This is the second time I have taken the wrong assumption on this, and I apologize. The second time with 2 different people. At some point, I guess I'm just gonna have to shove up my hat in my mouth or something. Muffle myself before I say anything. So, okay. Female, then. I apologize, I read Luke, and around here that is just a common male name. I'm waiting for you to tell me that I did something wrong again. Story of my life. You are a boy. Okay. So, I got it right the first time, but I may have been dumb in what I said? I meant male. I thought I said male. But I very well may have been an idiot. Let me dial back everything that just said that just went down. My intention of what I meant to say was if the next Pokemon is male, I will name it Luke. If I said anything different, I blame the fact that it is after 9 and I am old, and I am also a well-versed idiot. God damn it. Luke is just like, I know you're old, and therefore your memory is a weak point. He has read me and understands how to break me already. I don't even understand fully what's going on anymore. I'm just going to give you full credit in the idea that you already know how to break me. Because whether that's true or not, it makes it a lot more funny. Remember that I told you, Nikki, to name a Pokemon whose name started with a P, which is apparently her boyfriend's name. Thankfully, she noticed it was female because I didn't look at that. See, I am terrible at noticing that because it doesn't so much matter to me. But when I'm naming it after someone, it seems like it should make sense for me to try to make that happen if possible. But again, I don't notice that stuff, and sometimes I will go off script with it anyways. Who was it? I think Dodge, when I named him in the Legends Arceus game, I think it was. He was, what was it, like a female haunter or something like that? I don't know how to end your brain. Luke, let me pay you the compliment and make you sound smarter than me, because it's much easier for me to live my life knowing that there are people out there just casually walking around smarter than I am. It takes the burden off of me greatly. I think I probably... Didn't I already pick that item up? Anyways, I think the Rookidee is probably an easier fight. I've got to say, one of my favorite things about the fire starter in this game is it's literally just spicy Totodile. And Totodile, although not necessarily my favorite starter from that generation, is a Pokemon with the kind of energy and goofballiness in the anime that I absolutely fell in love with. Totodile quickly became one of my favorite Pokemon in the franchise just because of its anime representation. I'm not fighting trainers yet. I'll figure something out about that in a minute. Right now I want to find some more flying bird boys and get a little bit more easy experience. I say easy, but I mean relatively. If you find a Rookidee on your first encounter, even if it's a girl, get it? I love Corviknight. That was one of the options for the first encounter, but when I was thinking about type coverage, there is the new electric bird that they have. I'm a big fan of, and so I thought about maybe saving the flying option for that. It'll give me type coverage and a flying type. But I've already said if there are preferences, I will put them into consideration. So we'll see what comes up further ahead. I will say Growlithe becomes a choice, and if I come across a Growlithe in the next area, Luke, you might end up as a Growlithe. But if not, I'm fairly certain the Rookidee is still available in the next area. And I've got to play fairly based on what Nuzlocke rules would traditionally allow, which means I don't get a whole lot of travel distance to finally run into something and commit to what has spawned in or not. If I wander an entire area just to seek out a single Pokemon, as much as I could argue that that's valid by modern Nuzlocke rules because of the way that Pokemon works, to me it certainly feels like it goes against the spirit of a proper Nuzlocke. So I don't get to pick with that level of security. I also love Kilowattrel, so just do that. Well, I will try to make the Kilowattrel happen, because yeah, I very much like that new bird. But again, we'll see what happens as it goes along, because Nuzlocks have a tendency of making you do things you didn't think you were originally going to do, which is part of the beauty of doing them in the first place. Get back here. Fine, we'll fight this guy. If you can, it's in my main team. It is OP. Wasn't a fan of Fuecoco's evolved form at first, but I warmed up to them. Alright, yeah, okay, I get the pun. I'll be honest, I'm in the same boat, even looking at it. Fuecoco's middle form, to me, is very weak. It's not a design I'm particularly fond of. However, I appreciate what they're trying to do with it. It just doesn't do the job for me. However, the final stage, I think, is really, really cool. And all it does is let me appreciate Fuecoco for having the awkward teen years that a lot of people go through. And by a lot of people, I mean exactly myself. Alright, let's get a little bit more muscle on us before we go fight the terrestrialized Pokemon down there. Because I don't know if that what is it? Jigglypuff? I don't know if that Jigglypuff is set in stone what it terrestrializes as. And if it is, it doesn't matter. I don't remember what it is. But if it terrestrializes into something like a water type, and I don't know, has access to Metronome and hits me with a water type move, there's a lot of if, ands, or maybes there that will probably never happen. But this is a Nuzlocke run. It will find a way to make me cry. And I don't want to play no game with that. Dem immediately being like, Ian, you're an idiot. It's amazing. And shut up. Alright, well, the paralysis sucks. Let's swap on. Let's swap into my salty tears. Yeah, that's a lot easier to take that shot from that point. It's a Zombero! That is a great little wordplay there. The valve in his flame sack is closely connected to its... So, hold up. When it breathes fire, it's singing? Oh, okay, no, it's not... I'm not sure if you'd call it singing, but I'm going to call it singing. That sounds fun to me. It's either singing or a war cry, and I'm good with either. Alright, let's see. We're not too far from going back and healing, so I'm going to do that instead. And then we'll push forward and fight the first terrestrialized Pokemon in the wild that we want to cross. I still don't... I'm curious if it's something that's actually set in stone. Wait, hold on. I don't need to do that. Okay, but apparently I can't do it while riding a Pokemon because that matters a world of difference. And I can't do it near people. Here we go. People ruining everything all over again. Welcome to planet Earth. Scaladurge's signature move is literally called Torch Song. That's fucking dope! Super running in. Oh, that's funny. I don't mean to laugh at your misfortune on the keyboard, but I've got to be honest, I find that hilarious. Zubereninen! Alright, we don't have a lot of options, but we can still make a ham sandwich. I don't even know what this is gonna do, I don't know if I need to do this to heal. Whether I do or don't is irrelevant. I am making a ham sandwich. There we go. And give her a stab. I know I've grown to appreciate the grass move. I assume it's just a fire equivalent, and if it isn't, I'm curious how it's going to play out. And let me figure that one out as we get there. Nobody has ever lost their mind this much over a ham sandwich. And if it uses that move, by the way, that move is a special attack, and it boosts... Ooh, okay. So, you did let me know what it does, but frankly, that does sound like a really good move. No! Don't want to make another sandwich. I've already made one. Alright, let's see if that has healed our status. And it did. You know what? Let me check something. I have not checked what we're necessarily working with on the Pokemon lineup. So let's take a look at what we're working with on the entire team. Alright. Really? 2 without stat modifying traits. Special defense up, attack down. Losing the physical attack kind of sucks, but it makes it a technically even better tank. So I think even though it sucks losing the physical attack, we can work with that. And again, you know, same thing with Bacon. The physical defense going up and not affecting our physical attack is again a trade-off I can work with. Not the best, but not bad right now. Certainly I could say, like, hey, I certainly wish we did certain other things different, but I have had way worse starts when it comes to doing Nuzlocke runs with things like that. Where did... Hello? I'm not crazy, right? It was right here. It just chose to despawn. No, I am not okay, Switch. You person got online right in time. No, I'm not okay. I went to go fight a thing, and it immediately ran away. Which tells me that it's too smart for me to fight anyways. The terrestrial Pokemon sometimes just disappear. That is the first time I've actually had that happen to me, so... And I've played through the entirety of, Scarlet. God, when do I get, like, Bite or Crunch, though? That's the move we're missing. Nibbler needs the opportunity to use his jaw. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna get off. That was going to bad places very quickly. Alright, I think we have the Pokemon Center up here. And again, the Pokemon Center is the breakaway point. So I'm going to go up the hill and head to the right, and if I don't find anything once I reach that point, I'll have to figure out based on what we... Okay, Rotototo. I forgot about this. It totally threw me off there for a second. Okay, yeah, I know what he's talking about, and I don't have to worry too much about that, but I just about had a little bit of a panic. Okay, we got a little electric bear. We got a Rookidee over there. And we have Shinxes. We do not seemingly have anywhere near me what I was looking for. So we got the bird option. Male? Fingers crossed. Unnerve isn't the best option, but there we go. And I have to... Oh, we do have Bite. I forgot we already have Bite. Again. brain don't work too good, and self-admitted terrible person. Oh, what can you call me? So the channel name is Super Rensack Brothers. It started between me and my brother. My name is Ian. If you want to spell it in chat, it's I-A-N. But I will also go by, and I've become accustomed to seeing SRB as a reference as well. Also, yes, it can just disappear. Defeat Cloth, go to the map and defeat it. It makes you faster when you press, yep. And you will be a rookie, yes. Alright, let's see here. Probably go for the catch right now. We've got enough Pokeballs to throw a few out. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the gamble. I was doing enough damage that I could have tackled it and not had the issue, but if we got a crit, we're in the danger zone at that point. And I have lost great opportunities making that kind of a dumb decision before. Let's go with capital L, Luke. And now, Luke, we're going to back up a little bit, because you need to get a little bit of muscle on you. You're not even like in the 14, 15, 16-year-old range. You've got time. But unfortunately, in the game, I could use a little bit of beef on my bird, which is a weird sentence, but swole bird strat is the way I'm going. I could also stand to put a little bit of beef on my pork while I'm at it. Again, really, really weird sentence in... Whoops. Well, I guess we'll check this out anyways. Yo, the physical attack is not touched, and an increased physical defense is a great spot to be. That's actually really good. Special attack don't mean shit all on this guy. We're not messing with the speed, that's a big deal. We're not messing with defense, that's a big deal. We're not messing with attack and HP. All good things to not mess with. Anyways, let's throw you up front, because getting a little bit of beef on our bird boy before we make it into the grass area. Because I'm gonna do the gym first and then backtrack into this. But the heavy hitters going into the gym. Whoops, wrong button again. The heavy hitters are definitely going to be Nibbler and Luke in this upcoming area. Bacon is the fallback guy if I really need to put someone in to fill it out. But that's not what we're going for here. Battle me, for I am mighty, says the office man who stands atop of mountains. Which I suppose, as a businessman, if you're out here climbing mountains, you've probably got justification to claim your might. Oh, and Rookity can just come through here and murder all of the fighting types. As a bird, you fear no muscle. Or goat. I mean, sure, but less impressive. The enemy can be as swole as they want, for you have the advantage of flight. Alright, don't wanna mess with... I'm seeing some things out this way I don't want to mess with too much. Yeah, see, I'm seeing some things out this way I don't want to mess with too much. Let's go back to beating up the bullies that like flexing in the back alley. God, Makuhita Sweat is a terrible item name. I don't know what else you'd give, but I don't like that. That's uncomfortable. Alright, let's fight some bacon. Corviknight is S tier. Corviknight is great. Corviknight is not a bad team option. Yo, what was the level of this guy? Okay. Didn't realize I wandered into a big beef zone. I keep using beef for everything. I didn't realize I walked into the pork house. God, that's even worse. I said it and immediately was just like, you're too far in. You can't not finish it. But you realize you're making a mistake, right? The pork house sounds like I'm walking into some male prostitution zone. God, what is... That would be the male website version of OnlyFans. The pork house. And here I am playing a game where I'm like, I don't know, probably some 12 to 13-year-old kid screaming about me walking into the pork house. Problems on every front. Alright, Rookity, keep getting in there messing things up. Rookity, where you at? Get back here. I don't know what you're fighting, and that has me worried. You can mess up the lion's share of whatever we're going to run into out here, but there are things that I have concerns about. And if I can't see what you're putting 6 feet in the ground, I'm left uncomfortable and scared. I'm getting very uncomfortable and scared. I fell into an avenue of which I know not what I did. Honestly, calling a male equivalent to OnlyFans OnlyMan sounds like it's a lot better. Look, yes, but it's not nearly perverse enough to make the... Don't run into that one. To make the clear implied joke. You're right, if I was going to make the actual website and market it off of exactly that, that's a much better name. I'm becoming well aware that I drastically underestimate the way levels work in this game. I haven't come across the first gym yet, and I'm running into wild Pokemon that make me realize that level 16 ain't nothing to brag about. Yo, that'd have been a cool one to get. Not very viable because they evolved so late, and I've already started with a fire type. But without a doubt, that would have been a fun one to have. I'm gonna fight it just because I'm here. That, and we can nibble on the Charcadet. Again, I feel like I'm saying things that have meanings I don't intend, and that one felt oddly tame and equally terrifying. Is that the back of a taco on our boy? Is that really what they did to him? You see it, right? Like, it's not just... Like, I see that, and that... What am I supposed to think? I feel like I could grab his back, and it just pulls out into a taco. I feel like that's arguably racist, but, like, that is exactly what it looks like. Cancel me all you want. I'm not the one that designed it that way. And now I'm hungry. To my benefit, it took me how many times looking at it to even see that, though? Alright, let's see. Based on what we're looking at in this area, I can't even get to the next section that exists here. So I might as well just push forward a bit more. give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Alright, so double checking. Yeah, I'm still right by the Pokemon Center. I feel like I should have made so much more progress, but I ran into one wild Pokemon and panicked about the number I saw. Alright. We're getting somewhere fast, so let's make our way a little bit further. And Cloth! Gonna fight a Cloth. In hindsight, I picked a terrible Pokemon to lead in with, though. I think this is a better swap in. We'll tank the hit, no problem, and be able to slap back. I got too excited and wanted to fight a big prod. Yeah, it didn't stop it from hurting, though. I think it's rock type, not ground, so I think Mud Shot might work. Although it's got fighting type moves, that sucks. Alright, knock your speed back down to normal standing. Heal up a bit because Rock Smash sucks, but I don't think they lowered my defense. If they start lowering my defense, I'm in a bad spot. And the Rock Throw is no issue. Currently at 369 out of 400. Also, you say Carp of the Magic variety. Reminds me of a magazine. Must have been Boy's Life. Had images of Pokemon cards with paper added to look different. I remember one was called Magic Carpet. Okay, Cloth got beefier. Cloth got a lot beefier! See, this is the danger of me not knowing the ins and outs of the new generation of Pokemon as much as I really wish I did. I think Pluck is only useful if I know... Yeah, really only useful if I know that they have a berry. Although Power 60 just makes it by default better than Peck, so I'll take it. Alright. So again, ran into some issues, but that was mostly based on bad decision on my part and getting too gung-ho to go fight a crab. Or a crawd. If you are of the familiarity of the crawdaddies, he is absolutely not, but all crustaceans are crawdaddies. You've just got to be from the area where that is applicable. Is it a lobster? It's just a bigger crawdaddy. Is it a crab? It's a wide crawdaddy. Shrimps are baby crawdaddies. It's just the way of things. I make it sound like I'm from the South, but a lot of people don't know that Michigan is just a lot of marshlands, and where I grew up, we could actually just go to our front lawn, and at the end of our driveway was a creek, and you could just go in there, take a shovel, and you'd probably get like 2 or 3 crawdaddies. Just dig right into the side of it. God, we have so many of these sphinxes up here. Shinxes? I think they're shinxes. I think my brain is doing the thing where it shows how old and dumb I am again. You'll hear me say that a lot more as it gets later into the night and I make more and more simple mistakes that I catch immediately. Again, one of the benefits of getting old is you get to start blaming your age for things that have nothing to do with it. Alright, get back in there. We're so close to the level up. Okay, so it must not be 16 that it evolves, because I think it would have done so earlier on when we had a more clear advantage. I could go fight it, but I do not trust the party layout right now or the levels. That thing is more than capable of making me regret decisions that I should be absolutely confident in before I run all in. Speaking of, let's put Skidmark up front. I think, if I recall, the evolved form is actually pretty decent. I don't remember when it evolves. I just seem to recall that it's actually pretty solid. It's also a big fan favorite of this generation. Floss is 14 or 16? I'm assuming that's a keyboardism again. Autocorrect. Is that a cloth? I assume you mean I assume you mean the big boy. But even his actual level doesn't hold as much meaning because he is also kind of a beefy challenge fight. However, working off of that information, maybe what I'll do is let's get a little bit more strength into the living manifestation of my tears. And woo! Don't go there! That would not have worked out too well. And charge in with a 2-level advantage. And see if we can't make that. Do not fight the muscle boy! You're just a big rock mushroom. You have nothing to say to him. At least nothing to say that doesn't also end in ouch, please stop punching me in the mushroom face. Yeah, Cloth is 14 or 16. We'll hit a solid advantage on the number game, and I'll just go in and give it a shot. We'll see what happens. Alright, there we go. We have the number advantage. Whoa, hold up. Did we not win that fight? Yo, I lost that fight hard. I should not use the super potions because I might need those during the fight. There we go. 47 out of 48. Not too bad. We'll throw him out to fight this other mushroom guy. He'll take a little bit of damage, but we'll call it good. There we go. And 18? 18. There we go. Alright, I expect to have this come back to bite me. Why are they all rushing me? Guys, get away from me. Stop riding my booty. Really? Really? Alright, yeah, you're gonna... I forgot, he runs up here, and then I make him run away, and then I come back down and fight him again, because he has to murder me by smashing me, a small 12-year-old child, into a wall of concrete. Not concrete, but equally as hard and apparently destructible. Yeah, whatever you do, don't screw up and send Luke out first. That'd be a me move. If you sit around long enough and you watch me, I don't like that. I really don't like that. I don't like that you promised to hurt me now, Cloth. Okay, yeah, okay, we're running solid so far, but I know you've got options. Particularly Rock Smash. We ran into that last time. I know it exists, and I know that it has strong capabilities to make me very sad. Alright, technically I did a lot of speed lowering as well. So I don't know how this is going to affect the play out of the fight. Apparently a little bit more in my favor. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that he doesn't have access to Rock Smash in the move pool, because otherwise we got off of that confusingly easy. Alright, if I remember right, this is what I did last time, and it landed with some funny results. Yeah, he literally turns around and smashes me into a rock. Alright, last time I made it a running gag that I was fighting Arven's Pokemon every time we teamed up. Until the very end, in which point I couldn't bring it within myself to hurt Mavistiff at all. So I'm not going to do that this time. I need Arven. My Pokemon's well-being is on the line. Thank you, Arven. Could kind of really use the help, actually. And it does have Rock Smash. That's terrifying. Cloth just 5-headed me. I just fought Cloth. Got comfortable in my security for it not doing a thing. And then immediately starts this fight like, by the way, y'all gonna get fucked. Okay, does that only affect Shelter? Yes, technically we're still safe on the potential to flee, and if it wants to lock me in, it's gonna have to use a turn on that. And we've only just triggered Anger Shell. We aren't in the best spot we could be. He's getting big power buffs. Fingers crossed, I think we can take one hit. And he's given us the block, which sucks. But again, short of a critical, we might be solid for a shot here. Yeah, he's powered up on the Herba Mystica. But I didn't realize that might possibly give him a different move pool, too. Shelter coming in clutch! Knocking Cloth out before he can start punching my mushroom. Again! Why are the things I'm saying not coming out the way I mean them to? That one wasn't even intentional. Cross his fingers. Hey, could you do me a huge favor? And open a union circle so I can evolve my Finizen. I have no idea how to evolve a Finizen. I know that it requires teaming up with someone. So, yeah, when I make it to a Pokemon Center, I'll do that. I have a Finizen I want to evolve on my other game, but I can make do with that at a later date. But as soon as I clear this up and get to a center, I'll do that. I also appreciate how nobody latched on to the very obvious deeper level joke of the one that I started making and regretted immediately. My brain didn't stop thinking about it, and now I'm realizing I was just talking about a crab punching my mushroom. Hint, hint, wink, wink. There is layers to the problem of that statement. Why are the things I'm saying not coming out the way I mean them to? That's how people accidentally confess to committing Pokemon genocide. Well, you know, as long as the species can continue to be found, what are the ramifications of the problems to my statement? I'm not helping my position, am I? Alright, let's get that sandwich game on. Also, where do the Caterpies go this game? Look, Richard, I have too much love and respect for Caterpie to dignify that with a continued statement that doesn't implicate me in something that I didn't necessarily want to have a part in. Also, you know, Fire Tauros in Scarlet, well, there's water. I didn't know they were version specific. I did hear about ways that you can make them spawn in. I tried and haven't found one yet, but I was aware that they're a thing. I think Richard was the one that filled me in on that. And Fire Tauros is pretty awesome. When it gets hit by a crit, its attack stats max. That's fucking dope. Again, I have said it before, the new Tauros I absolutely love. I think it's a really fun, region-specific. But knowing that that's what happens to the fire version, that's awesome. That's a great ability. It's literally just, I took a bad position and made it like the best possible outcome you could. Now you're making me feel like I'm the selfish. Again, we started on such bad terms, and he's already immediately working on showing us that he is capable of the 180. Yo, hold up. So, Miraidon is from the future and is basically entirely just a living machine. Like, from what I understand, like, look at his eyes. He's digital. Miraidon is basically Pokemon-made machine. So, we do have the obvious question of why it's eating a sandwich, but okay, hey, you could, in theory, have machines run on organic matter. It burns the organic matter in a way that it converts it into energy. No problem with that. You can work your way around this. But for the sandwich to give it some degree of nutritional value, is it digitizing the sandwich and just treating it as upgrade data? Because it's not. If it's robot, you know, you could come away and find ways to be like, but it's still converting it into energy. But like the unique ingredients at play in their specific structure, you could kind of bullshit and just be like, it's digitizing the sandwich and treating it as upgrade data. I got it early on, really lucky. Fire Tauros is my favorite Tauros ever. I haven't seen what they look like. I've had them described to me, but I haven't seen them yet. And I gotta say, I like the idea of what they bring to the table. And again, I do have a little bit of a soft spot for some fire types, so. And I will absolutely take it as they might be version exclusive. I had no idea of that. All I know is that I went out trying to find some and I wasn't able to get one. I'm not gonna say you're wrong, because I don't know. The level of ignorance I went into the Scarlet game with, I can't tell you how blissfully unaware I was. And I mean that legitimately. I was blissfully unaware because I had so much come into this game that I really never saw coming and learned to really like. I think that that's a part of why I liked this game as much as I did, because I'll be honest. I can be a stuck-up snob and be real angry about a bunch of bugs ruining a game experience that I might not have a lot to look forward to in a certain way. I'm trying to think how to word this. If I already knew everything about the game, the new and fun experiences that I got would have been watered down, and it would have allowed the issues that do exist, and I can't say enough that it's worth calling them out when you see them. Fair enough. But they would have stung so much worse if I didn't have the benefit of all the surprise and joy and those unique experiences to build off of. So, as much as it absolutely does sting for the overall experience of the game, I legitimately think the way I approached it allowed me to maximize my joy with the game. And maybe I'm just making stuff up to make myself feel better. I have no idea at this point. I am now late in the night, hopped up on caffeine, and my brain is running away from the rest of my mind. Which might very well be for the best. I don't know. The fire one has a knotted tail with a different mane and red horns. The water one has the blue alternative with different mane, but the tail is normal. I'll be honest, a knotted tail sounds like it might be something I might not find aesthetically pleasing. However, I do like the changes by the sound of it in the mane and horns. And it makes a lot of sense why the fire one would be that way. It's almost like the tail is knotted up and now it's angry about it. Like, narratively, it makes a lot of sense. I've got no issues with it on that front. Get back here, Rookity. You're trying to fight rock types again. This does not go well. You need to know your limitations. As much of a big badass boss bird that you are, stop running into things that are dangerous. Mad respect for the effort, though. And I need to word that different. I said something to the effect of know your limitations. I regret saying that. Don't know your limitations. Aim for the stars, but let me call you back when I see problems happening. The knot isn't like a knot, it's like wound around the other three tails. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense, like they're wiring up together in some fashion. Alright, let's see if we can't... I don't know when Rookity evolves, and I missed the opportunity to try to evolve it at level 18, so I'm going to try to get it near level 19 and then fight something the old-fashioned way. I am so glad that I can't set it up for absolute failure, because I almost did exactly that. Get away from me. Yeah, we'll go with the standard potions. 2 of these is perfect anyways. God, I am burning through items like a madman right now. I'm gonna have to backtrack at some point and fight trainers just for money. Can we... Thank you. Alright, where does this put us on the experience bar? Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna go in, grab this item, and fight this Skidoo the old-fashioned way. When do you think of ending? Just wondering. I'm getting near the end. I want to make it to the next town. I want to see if I am close to the level up that I think I might be, or to the evolution that I think I might be. But once I get to that next Pokemon Center, I'm getting near the end. Also, if the Pokemon doesn't attack a target, the Pokemon you're trying to kill is a shiny. I am aware of that. I think, again, that is one of those things that Richard had filled me in on that was unknown prior to the release of the game. And even then, people were claiming to have found out that it would, only to have the final version of the game not do that. I don't know what overworked shinies means, but I think you mean overworld, which means when I see them on the overworld, they would be shining. And yes, Corvusquire. Yeah, I know that they will be shiny on the overworld, which means I will be seeing them, hopefully seeing them. Some of them are harder to notice, as we go. But alright, so we got the evolved Birdo, we got the evolved Crocodile. So when we come back for the next run, we'll be perfectly set to take on the gym. I might have the levels be a little bit different because I want potion money, and the best way for me to get that is to either fight wild Pokemon and sell their items, or fight trainers and hope for the best. I have mentioned before that if I have any deaths off screen, I will canonize them. I will come back, and you will hear me say, guys, problems happened, and I'm a terrible trainer, and I'm a terrible human being. Yada, yada, yada. But hopefully we don't have that. I did say that when I got here, we were going to open this up. Yeah, Dem, I just remembered before I even read that. Also, were you thinking of getting mods to moderate chat? If I ever get enough of a sizable chat that I need somebody for that, I absolutely would. However, right now, even though the subscription number is, you know, not beyond the reasonable size, the number of consistent viewers that I get is still well within the realm of being controllable from a single point. Alright, can I set this up to be like a password thing? Okay, there we go. There's the link code. I was wondering if I had to make one or if it was going to assign me one, and I much prefer it assigning me one. Now again, I don't know how to evolve into the hero dolphin, which by the way, I absolutely love that that's what it does. It has made it... First of all, I already loved it because it was an adorable dolphin. Its stats aren't the greatest, I totally get that. Oh, whoops! Hold on, I am realizing that I am an idiot. Let me back out and set this up properly, because I didn't think it would... I found it weird that it was still saying offline mode, but apparently I have to connect first. My mistake. Yeah, I know that the hero one has a gimmick to make it happen. But even then, the premise for what it is, I find to be really great. Alright, here we go. Now we can set this up properly. I kind of figured it didn't make a lot of sense not to default to the online mode, but... Yeah, it has to be swapped out and swapped back in. I don't know if it has access to any of the moves that allow it, like Volt Switch is one, where you get a hit in and then retreat. If there's a water type move that does that, that's a really great way for it to... That's a great way for it to kind of cycle in. It has Flip Turn. I don't know what that is, but I assume that might be something similar to what I'm talking about. Alright, Dem, I'm gonna need you to fill me in on why I'm an idiot and how we evolve this guy. I would assume that we just kind of go fight something? Yes! Can I talk? I can't talk to it! It's like U-turn or Volt Switch. Okay, so it's about what I said. That is a really great attack for it to have. I'm waiting for Dem to just like do something so minor. Like he's gonna throw the Pokemon out. He's gonna like take 2 steps to the left, spin around twice, and then look at me and flip me the bird, and it's gonna evolve. Okay, just need to level it up. Alright, so let's go fight something, I guess? Or are you using items? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I suppose having like a rare candy on hand would be a much better way to do that. It does look very similar to its prior form. But I have seen the superhero mode and it's so freaking awesome. Like, I don't know how valuable it is as a battler, but I love the idea so much. Yo, hold up. This I like. I'm not a big fan of the default, but that's kind of cool. Alright, yep, the blue Psyduck. Little Eiffel 65 going on. And that is cool. Absolutely jealous. Look at him. I'm assuming him, and I don't care. He is a handsome, powerful purple boy. I'm absolutely jealous, Dem. Look at him! Show it off. Alright, yeah. Blue Voltorb. Dem's got to show me his blue balls. My sister's gotten 60 shinies in the game alone already. Yo! Dem, where the hell are you getting this many? I'm absolutely jealous. Yo, that's a fun one. Alright, big green Ursaring. Got like a storybook there. Where in the heck are you getting all of these? I am super jealous. I'm running through trying hard as hell to find some just to give away. Luke, I don't blame you. Some of these are really cool. I'm assuming Jack is just like, I say Jack, Dem. Dem is just loading up more to just be like, look at how many I've got. I'm trying not to trigger any battles. They keep getting closer. I swear that looks like it's just got a shinier coat. Like they make it look healthier. Yo, that's a fun one. That's one I enjoy. All right, again, I know bronze actually turns green when it ages. All right. Again, we're getting into some real fun territory. Again, I like the doggo Pokemon, so big fan. Get shiny Fluttermane from training. From trading. Yeah, I know that there's a way to try to force spawn. Ooh, like me, the purple Murkrow. I know there's a way to try and force spawn them in Scarlet. However, when I tried to do that, I couldn't make it happen. I'm out of new. Oh no, the man ran out after what, 30 shinies? Yo, I am jealous, Dem. That's kind of cool. And I'm not even mad getting to see them. That's pretty dope. It takes a few tries. Yeah, from what I've seen, you're supposed to make it so that only ghosts appear and then you go there in the day. And I've done that, and for whatever reason, like, just out here posing. I have no idea how to pose. Never mind, I found how to pose. Alright, let me... Hold up. Can do as well. Although I will say, I absolutely... As fun as this is, I absolutely missed the hero pose at the end from Sword and Shield. Probably one of the best things Sword and Shield did. And frankly, they did a lot of good. I just gotta say, that hero pose was something special. Yeah, well, I have a non-shiny. So, that has no meaning. Alright, but I'm gonna wrap it up here. Dem, I will hit you a message after the stream ends to send you the shiny Pokemon in the trade. I just don't want to leave it open for anybody to try and swoop in. I'm fairly certain everybody would play nice with the rules, but I will just deal with that as soon as the stream ends. I'll send you a message, and then again, as I mentioned earlier, Richard did also lay claim to the other. As much as I would love to say, you know, I've got plenty to go around, I had the rules laid out as they were, and I did my best to make things work out fairly well. Anyways, I am getting ready to wrap up here. Thank you so much for stopping in, Luke. I hope to see you next time. See how things go out. Dem, Richard, again, thank you very much for stopping in. Love the support. Hope you guys have a great one, and see you next time. I have a shiny Corviknight. You got the shiny Rookidee from 30 eggs breeding without the shiny charm. No Masuda method. Yep, Medusa method. Big fan of Medusa, are we? But yeah, the Masuda method. I'm aware of that one. But yeah, see y'all next time, and might want to see that shiny Corviknight at some point, Luke.